What does it mean? 215-263 WMMR. That is the number, and we will go to Mike and see if we can get an answer. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Hey. All right, Mike, what does nonpareil mean, please?
Having no equal?
Yes, exactly. Without equal or unrivaled. And hang on the line, Mike, because you just got yourself some tickets to go see Bryan Adams and Joan Jett and the Blackhearts Wednesday, June 7th, the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale now via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. You can text concerts to 39333. We'll send you a link to the MMR concert calendar and complete details. All right, I mentioned I have a couple heavy stories. We're going to start with those. Danny Masterson from that 70s show was convicted yesterday on 2 counts of forcible rape. The jury could not reach a verdict on the third rape charge, deadlocking with a vote of 8-4 in favor of conviction. He faces a potential sentence of 30 years to life in prison on the 2 charges. Shortly after the clerk read the guilty verdicts, there was an audible gasp from Masterson's family who were seated in the audience. He was accused of raping 3 women at his Hollywood Hills home between 2001 and 2003. The jury convicted him of raping 2 women in 2003, but could not reach a verdict on the allegation from November 2001 involving a former girlfriend. After the verdict was read, Masterson was handcuffed, taken into custody. The judge, Charlene Olmedo, denied a defense request that he remain free until sentencing. So a hearing is set for August 4th.
So they consider him a flight risk.
Yep.
I mean, that's why they took him into custody. That's pretty wild. So obviously they're going to appeal.
His wife, Bijou Phillips, was seen sobbing in the front row of the audience. I forgot that they were married.
Wow.
One of the victims, known in court as Jane Doe 2, issued a statement expressing relief that Masterson was convicted. She also referred to a pending civil case in which she and the other accusers have sued Masterson and the Church of Scientology for harassment and stalking. Because that's what they do, man. The followers, they will sometimes start to go over to people's houses,
videotape
and
you,
disrupt your life and stuff like that. So they're going to be facing some issues as well. Masterson's former girlfriend, Jane Doe 3, said in a statement that she was devastated that he has dodged criminal accountability for his heinous conducts against me, because that's the one they were deadlocked on.
Yeah.
She said that she was determined to seek justice in civil court, where she said the 3 women will, quote, shine a light on how Scientology and other conspirators enabled and sought to cover up Masterson's monstrous behavior.
So his claim is that they were all consensual, but I guess they were deadlocked the first go round. This is the second trial for some of these charges, and when I read that 2 had taken and he was looking at 30 years to life, it's like, dear God.
Yep.
The world just got real.
He's got a daughter, too.
Yeah.
Sentencing in August, so we will see where this goes. All right, on to another rape allegation, but actor Armie Hammer reportedly will not face sexual assault charges after the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office determined that there was not enough evidence. In 2021, he was accused of rape by a woman who said that she had been in a 4-year relationship with the actor. She had said in 2000, or when she made a statement, a news conference at the time, she said, Armie Hammer violently raped me for over 4 hours in Los Angeles, during which he repeatedly slapped my head against a wall, bruising my face. He also committed other acts of violence against me, which I did not consent. He had denied the allegations, and the DA's office added that investigators could not prove a sexual assault happened beyond a reasonable doubt. So if they can't do that, then they can't
convict him.
They can't go forward on it.
Did you watch the documentary about about Armie Hammer and the Hammer?
No.
Armie Hammer family? Yeah.
No, you said it was really interesting.
It's pretty wild, man.
Yeah.
And that freaky cannibal and scarring and cutting stuff, that's what he was into.
Yeah.
And probably is still into it, but not as overt about it.
Wow.
It's creepy stuff.
Right, so we'll follow that as well. Something lighter for you, with rumors still swirling of their on-again, off-again relationship. Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox were photographed attending an event in London this week.
It's back on!
A source said that they're working on making their relationship better.
Let's work on that.
Known for their fashion,
Sure, babe.
The 37-year-old actress was wearing a white see-through tank.
I can see your nips.
And black pants with a matching handbag and platform heels. The 33-year-old oh, wow, I just remembered something. I had a dream last night that I was hanging out with Jack White, and he was wearing high heels, and I was asking him why he wore high heels, because he was already tall. Anyway, back to the story.
Is he tall?
I don't know. In
the dream he
my
was.
dream he was.
Okay.
All right, so
I love your dream.
You're so weird, man.
my dreams are messed up.
Yeah, they
man.
are.
I always have weird ones. All right, so the 33-year-old musician showed off his tatted arms in a sleeveless, oversized gray suit with a long, dangling chain necklace and black and white sneakers.
Yeah.
The couple got engaged in January 2022, but they have split since then and have stopped planning their wedding, but they were seen hanging out together, so we'll see. All right, Alex Rodriguez, A-Rod, not A-Rad,
Not J-Rad.
A-Rod, revealed that he has been diagnosed with early-stage gum disease during a morning show segment on Wednesday. Rodriguez joined the cast of CBS News.
I was thinking, I was like, oh my God, early stage what? Gum disease? Like,
Gingivitis?
No, I don't know if it's gingivitis or not,
go
but
to the dentist, dude.
he said in a response, well, what?
I mean, could it be like cancer?
It's not cancer.
That's what I was like, oh no.
He announced that. Now, I do have a mouth cancer story to follow up after this.
Great. Okay.
So we're going to get there. But anyway, he was on CBS News.
Bad news for you. You're going to have to floss.
Seriously.
What? That string is uncomfortable. I have some news for you. A-Rad. It's Rod.
Whatever.
You're going to have to floss. What?
So
You have early stage gum disease.
he was on CBS News for the announcement and to discuss the importance of dental health.
The announcement. He announced it.
Listen, you're all about dental health and hygiene.
I am. That's why I listen. It's easy to not have gum disease. So
I'm Morgan
A-Rad.
Freeman, and tonight we're going to talk about an uncomfortable topic, gum disease. Recently came to light thanks to A-Rod. Rod. Yeah, whatever.
Hey, happy birthday, Morgan.
Thank you very much, Nick.
The Yankee star said in response to a complaint about his smile at the start of the segment, looks can be deceiving. He said, I just recently
It's called itchiness.
I went to see my dentist and not thinking anything about gum disease. And the dentist tells me the news. And then I come to find out over 65 million Americans have this gum disease.
No, it's actually 330 million.
CBS was like, we got A-Rod. Find all the gum disease stats you can get.
Yeah.
The diagnosis inspired Rodriguez to partner with Aura Pharma to raise awareness around dental wellness.
So he got a paycheck from Aura Pharma.
He urged viewers to be proactive about dental hygiene. He said it's important for all the viewers watching, all Americans, to take care of their teeth.
I mean, listen, there is a point to be made there.
Yeah.
Floss. It's real simple. You know, get those little flossers if you, because I'm not good at like
He's the Rosa Parks of dental hygiene.
Is he though? The regular dental floss that you wrap around your fingers and do. I'm not good at that. But those flossers are great.
Oh, I love those little suckers. They're great. And also a water pick. We could hang out, A-Rod and myself, and talk about flossing.
Teeth.
About teeth.
You know what I would appreciate more if Alex Rodriguez went on CBS Morning and said, "Hey, if you use those flossers, when you're done with them, throw them in the mother effing trash and don't throw them on the ground in the hallway of your work or on the street or on the sidewalk or whatever."
Are you speaking from personal experience?
Don't you see? Do you
He
see
sees them all over the place.
I see them
don't.
all.
I've heard him
think they're
complain about
yours.
Well, you have like
They're
you have-
not mine.
That's the new movie, Seventh Sense. I see discarded floss. What do they call those? Floss forks, or what are they?
I don't know what they're called.
I think Matt Cord carries them. They might be his.
Okay.
Well,
What, that
I don't think he's
leaving laying
throwing
around?
them on the floor.
I don't know if
Knowing
it's-
him, they're probably just dropping.
I don't know if it's Jimmy Kempsky or somebody that I follow on Twitter that just he documents them every single time he sees them in the city. He just takes a picture. He goes, and then he'll
That's a
log.
fulfilled life.
Well, no, it's just funny because it's like people do it. Like
Yeah.
they're I'm done
No,
with
it's
this floss.
disgusting. I
Yeah.
agree with you. Yeah.
He
Here's
said,
this man going through all the. Listen, his life has been uprooted, A-Rod.
By gum disease.
nearly half of all Americans over age 30 have some form of gum disease, and an even higher average of people after age 65.
We're playing a wait-and-see game right now.
He said he didn't know what led to his diagnosis, but he explained that the issue is prevalent in our black and brown communities, and especially, he said, my Latino community. He said that he never chewed tobacco while playing in the MLB, but
Steroids.
he was an avid sunflower seed consumer.
Oh my God, there it is.
Wow.
Sunflower seeds.
It really did him in.
And tonight we talk about sunflower seeds and the impacts upon A-Rad. Rod, whatever.
All right. Okay.
Alex Rodriguez.
That's enough of that.
Do we have audio of the announcement?
We're waiting for they're going to break in live later on this morning, so we'll cover it.
Go down to the Pentagon where A-Rad Rod, whatever, is delivering a speech about his recently discovered gum disease. We go to Jim Ladiszewski there with a water pick. What's going on there?
Oh, my God.
All right. Edward James Olmos shared for the first time publicly. He was diagnosed with throat cancer.
There you go.
He said, I'll be very honest with you. I haven't told anyone. This is the first time publicly I'll be coming out and saying it, but I had throat cancer. I just finished getting through it. December 20th of 2022 was my last radiation. And the week before I'd finished my chemo. He added, a lot of my friends have passed because of this. It's a very strong disease. Cancer is, period, he said. But in the throat, it's really difficult.
Well, Stanley Tucci had oral cancer, did he not, recently? And he beat it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe so. That's a heavy one. In a video shared on TikTok over the weekend, Halle Bailey revealed that she actually snuck into an AMC theater in Los Angeles to watch The Little Mermaid with everyone else. And
I think if I were in a movie like that, I'd have to go see it with an audience, kind of sneak in.
Oh, you know what, Steve? I saw a great 20-minute documentary. It's on Marvel's YouTube channel, and it's Kevin Feige and Jon Favreau talking about this thing. It's been 15 years since Iron Man.
Iron Man, yeah.
Feige and Favreau still go to theaters in LA when a new Marvel movie comes out, and they just sit in the back and they watch the audience. And Favreau loved doing that with Iron Man because they got laughs. And they realized that this is also a funny movie. You can't really react. Audience doesn't react that much to a lot of action, but they definitely react with laughter.
Right.
And so I love when people go and see the
It's
theaters.
cool, yeah.
So she wore sunglasses and a mask and was holding a Little Mermaid-themed bucket of popcorn. And she captioned the video, "Can't believe that Little Mermaid is #1 movie in the world, you guys."
Is she even that recognizable yet? I didn't know who she was.
Her star is rising. She is super talented. I mean, she's got a great voice, and she's obviously beautiful,
Super cute.
Maybe if you go and see that movie, Casey, she would be. Like if you're in the theater to see The Little Mermaid, you might recognize her.
It's you! Wait a second, you're that chick!
I probably wouldn't.
Ma! Ma! The mermaid! This bitch right here is the mermaid! Whoa! Whoa! She's eating a bucket of popcorn. What's got her face on it?
What's got her?
I have to. No, stay!
Yeah.
I know you got to dehydrate, right? I saw the movie.
So she managed to do it. Harrison Ford admitted in the latest issue of Esquire that he could have been a better parent. He told the outlet in a cover story published on Wednesday that he could have probably been a better parent if he had a less successful career.
What the hell?
And I love his quote. He said, certainly the more constant gardener is the better parent. I've been out of town, up my own ass for most of my life.
Right.
He has 5 children. He adopted Callista Flockhart's now 22-year-old son, Liam, when they were wed in 2010. And he shares sons Benjamin, who's 55, and Willard, who's 54, with his ex-wife, Mary Marquardt.
He's a 55-year-old son.
Yeah. As well as...
There's my boy.
His son Malcolm, who's 35, and daughter Georgia, who is 32. He's 80 years old.
Yeah.
With late screenwriter Melissa Matheson. But he feels he could have been a better dad.
One of
all
my
do.
55-year-olds T-ball game.
Yeah.
How would you... Who thinks they've nailed it? I've never heard a parent go, man, I've nailed it.
Even if you've nailed it, right? Oh, so he interviewed Ian Book yesterday, right? So he's a quarterback for the Eagles, played at Notre Dame, has the most yards passing in Notre Dame history. His brother's a Green Beret. Even his parents would go, there's some
done better.
Yeah, we could have done a little bit better.
Yeah, just the way. Yeah, I agreed. Ryan Gosling calls out the hypocrites who say he's too old to play Ken. In the latest issue of GQ,
It's a doll.
the Barbie star told the outlet, "It's funny, this kind of clutching your pearls idea of not my Ken. Like, you ever thought about Ken before this? And everyone was fine with that for him to have a job that is nothing? But suddenly it's like, no, we've cared about Ken this whole time. No, you didn't. You never did. You never cared." That's what he said.
That new trailer totally sold me on the movie.
Oh, really? I haven't seen it yet.
They say one of the taglines, Preston, is if you love Barbie, this is the movie for you. If you hate Barbie, this is the movie for you.
Okay.
And Will Ferrell's in it. It looks really funny.
And the production design and everything looks, they create a Barbie world.
Yeah, and they basically, I guess,
for that Barbie girl.
Or the Barbie girl.
Well, the premise is she comes out of that Barbie world, and so does Ken, and they enter the real world. So it's kind of a little like maybe the Lego movie, like where there's fantasy happening in Barbie Land.
Now that's always a tightrope.
Yeah.
So
But I like Greta Gerwig, and I like her writing style. And
if you nail it, you nail it, and if you don't, you don't. But I appreciate the effort. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, unless they have naked Barbies in it, I'm out, man. Because everybody who had Barbies, they were naked Barbies all over the place.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's how I feel about it.
So you're not going to go see it.
This man would like to purchase naked doll toys. Says every man has them.
He said Barbie never effed with Ken, and that's the point. If you ever really cared about Ken, you would know that nobody cared about Ken. So your hypocrisy is exposed. This is why his story must be told.
I would always. So there was Debbie Foley in she was the girl a couple of houses down, and she had her Barbies, and I had my G.I. Joes, and we would get together for, I had like a Foot Locker with my G.I. Joes in it. And we'd have those little scenarios. It was
sexual scenarios?
Oh, weyd have them humping like crazy.
Sure.
It's like a daisy chain.
Yep.
No, it would. We would play both dolls together and create our little vinaigrettes, as
Vinaigrettes,
Jackie
yes.
Bam Bam would say.
All right, a couple more quick things. Looks like Samantha Jones is back. The official And Just Like That Twitter account confirmed that Kim Cattrall is reprising her Sex and the City role in the second season of The Max Show.
Now, see, she said she would never do this.
Yes.
Now, it's a small appearance. Do we think this will lead to a greater participation?
I haven't heard anything about that. I heard this is just one appearance in one episode, and that's it. So who knows?
I think if you want the paycheck, I mean, how much more can you burn a bridge? And yet she's doing this.
Yeah. Season 2 of And Just Like That will premiere June 22nd. We'll also see the return of John Corbett and Aidan Shaw and Candace Bergen, or as Aidan Shaw and Candace Bergen's character, Enid Frick. So, I don't know how deep into the season it'll be, but she is definitely going to appear at some point. Al Pacino is reportedly surprised by the news that he is going to have
I was wearing a rubber.
fourth child at the age of 83. So sources.
She got a great ass.
Sources close to the Scent of a Woman star told TMZ Wednesday that he was not looking to have a child
I believe that.
with 29-year-old producer Noor Al-Fala.
I think she was looking to have a child.
Yeah.
Because she bangs a lot of really old dudes.
Yep. She is 29, and they've only been dating for a year. So
The pictures of them together, honestly, it looks like she's gone to the daycare or to the nursing home. Yeah.
What is this clip here?
I have no idea.
Shut all cell phones off. This is what the man said.
We just have random Al Pacino clips here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
I'm in the dark here.
Give me another one.
All right.
No, I belong.
What? Oh, that's right before the car blows up.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Apollonia.
Yeah.
The sucker Kennedy has got his nose up my ass everywhere I go.
Is that when he's playing Hoffa in The Irishman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
I'm irrelevant.
I like that one.
I'm irrelevant.
I'm looking at the picture of them together, Kathy. I mean, she must be a better actress than Pacino is an actor because
pretend like she wants to be in that relationship.
Seriously.
I love Al Pacino.
Yep.
He's sensational.
How old is he?
82?
Yeah, 83. I
Okay,
think.
so
Yeah.
here's the deal. And this is going to be the silver lining, right?
Right.
And this gives us all hope.
Okay.
At 83 years old,
He's still having sex.
he's still having sex.
Yeah, I agree. I was thinking about that very thing. He's still able to.
Yeah.
I don't like fishing.
Whether it's chemically induced or not, it does not matter. He's still doing it.
Yep.
So
And still,
winner, chicken dinner.
he's still finishing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Two other quick stories. The Righteous Gemstones are adding to their cast for season 3. Deadline reports is Steve Zahn, Stephen Dorff, Shea Wiggum, Kristen Johnston. Haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah.
Lucas Haas, Robert Oberst, Steven Schneider, Eliza Schlesinger, Sturgill Simpson, and Casey Wilson have all signed on for the Danny McBride comedy.
We're adding like 100 people.
Yeah, the 9-episode third season premieres on Sunday, June 18th. I really like that show. It's wrong on so many levels.
Danny McBride is so good.
Yeah.
And such a good creator. he was the co-writer of the last couple of Halloween movies as well.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And one last thing, season 4 of Miracle Workers will premiere on Monday the 10th. Deadline.
I'm gonna watch it.
July 10th. You're irrelevant.
I'm irrelevant. I got a lot of time. I'm going to be a father.
Deadline reports that Miracle Workers End Times
Juan Pacino sounds like Reverend Jim from Taxi.
will feature returning actors Daniel Radcliffe, Steve Buscemi, Geraldine Viswanathan, and Karen Soni and John Bass as new characters in a, quote, dystopian future of radioactive mutants, killer robots, and a tyrannical homeowners association with outrageous annual fees.
I watched 2 or 3 episodes of the first season, and I really liked it. And then I stopped for no reason
I know.
whatsoever.
I have several shows I've done that too.
Likewise,
and
that I actually enjoyed, and I just stopped.
I don't know if you've seen any of this, Steve. It's good.
I hear it's really good.
Yeah, I really liked it. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, no, maybe I should go back to it. But there's so many other things that I'm behind on.
Where is it?
Oh, man. Casey, I don't even remember.
I don't know.
What I do is I go to Apple TV, and it has the last. They're all in a row there, and I often forget what's streaming them.
All right, let's get to the clips.
Okay.
There's no lag superheroes in the upcoming films Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And in this clip, Haley Steinfeld talks about her roles within the MCU.
It's a great honor to be in this whole world, and I get to play 2 characters that I have fallen in love with, and I've completely understood why people love them so much as well. And it's exciting. I never would have imagined.
I want to see you naked.
Spider-Man Across Spider-Verse is in theaters tomorrow. I think she's stunning.
She's great,
Beautiful.
and she's really talented, man. She's really, and she can do the comedic stuff, which was required in the Hawkman series.
That was
Hawkeye series.
The Hawkeye series was fantastic.
Yeah.
You know what? That's one I'd like to go back and watch again. That was one of the best.
They got it more tonally right with that,
Yeah.
I think, and you know, it'd be great to see him back. You know, if he can recuperate
Yeah.
up to that level.
All right, here's our next clip. The Wrath of Becky continues the story of the 2021 film Becky. And here, actress Lulu Wilson talks about her role in the sequel.
I wanted to show the audience how she's not just like this murderous machine. She's a human being, and she's caring, and she's not a psychopath. She's not a sociopath. Like, she has the ability to care. She's just also capable of mass destruction.
You got it, dude.
The Wrath of Becky is available now, and that's on Paramount Plus. If you
Yeah.
want to check that out. Hey, guys.
What?
Our coolest teacher's on the line. And I think we should talk to that particular person because the gang at Haverford High School reached out to us, and they voted, and we heard the votes, and we tallied them, and we made the announcement that our winner is a French teacher.
Yes.
France. And we have her on the line. Please welcome Madame Kelly March. This morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
Good morning. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. I'm so excited.
Yay.
She said bonjour.
Oh, you said bonjour.
Yeah.
Nick is the only one who speaks some French here.
A minor amount of French at this point in my life.
Yes.
But bienvenue.
Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis très ravie.
You know, Steve speaks a little French,
Yeah.
too.
Etienne.
Merci your face.
Merci your face.
Yeah, that's what we say on the show.
Yeah, no, I took a couple years of French. I had a wonderfully delightful French teacher who spoke French fluently. It was the English part that was difficult. So I mean, he was right from France, and so that made it difficult for me. But it's kind of cool to nail this as a French teacher.
I know. I'm so excited. I feel like we are often overlooked.
Yes.
It's nice that they voted for me. It's so sweet.
Kelly, my kid's French teacher also went by the moniker Madame. Is that fairly common for French teachers?
Yeah, I feel like I used to be, I'm like 32, and I used to be Mademoiselle, but now I'm a Madame. She's a little bit more authoritative.
What's the difference between Mademoiselle and Madame? Is it single or married?
Yeah, technically is, but Mademoiselle is more for younger people. And in France, they've kind of stopped using it altogether.
Oh.
Have you been able to take students to France? Have you done one of those trips?
I haven't taken them to France, but I've taken them to Quebec, which has been very fun.
There
And
you
that's
go.
what my son did. They went to Quebec.
Yes,
and,
absolutely.
Yeah, because they traditionally speak French in Quebec.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It feels like Europe. The kids, I've always gone in the winter, and it's like a winter wonderland up there.
Kelly, how long have you been at Haverford?
This is my 3rd year at Haverford.
Wow. Well, you're making some waves if they voted for you, only being there 3 years. How long teaching total at this point?
I started when I was 23, so it's been a few years, like 8 years. So
You're kind of killing it then, man. You're just doing whatever you're doing, it's working.
And where did you go to high school yourself?
I'm from Virginia, so I went to high school in like rural Virginia, where I'm from.
Okay. It's very rare, actually, that we have a transplant win the coolest teacher award as well. It's usually somebody who's grown up and a lot of times gone to the very high school that they end up teaching at.
And French is the official language of West Virginia.
I was not aware of that, so you learn these things. Well, that's great. Kelly, how has the year been for you this time around?
I've been having so much fun this year. Always in the spring, it's a lot of fun. We get to go outside and play games, and it's nice that the kids are fully back, and it's a lot easier without the masks to actually understand them speaking French. So this has been a great
So
year.
that you can écouter.
Exactement, c'est ça. It's been a great year.
What's the summer hold in store for you?
I've got a lot of just fun trips, and I love to garden. I'm going to go out to California. My sister lives in Omaha, so visit her in Omaha. And then just the shore and enjoying Philadelphia, and that's about it.
Well, you deserve it. It's awesome.
Yep. So we are going to give you a little trinket to put on your desk. It is the Coolest Teacher of the Year coffee mug that you'll be able to display. And our friends at Five Below are going to give you a $50 gift card as well for whatever fun stuff you want to get there, okay?
Well, excellent. Thank you so much. I'm so excited.
How do you say congratulations in French?
Félicitations.
I have no idea what she just said.
Félicitations.
Félicitations. Whatever.
It starts with an F.
Félicitations.
Écoutez et répétez.
All right.
Répétez.
What he said. All right, Kelly, congratulations and have yourself a great summer. And we are now going to ask for West Deptford High School to vote for their coolest teacher, which is really easy. You just text the word teacher to 39333. So we want to hear from the students who has been the coolest, and tomorrow we'll make that announcement. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment or two. A lot of stuff to get to this morning. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
So last night, much anticipated show at Lincoln Financial Field. And you two, obviously, doing the Joshua Tree Tour. And a lot of us were there last night. I think everybody but Casey and Marissa.
I think there was out for a concert. I think that's the most of us of the show that have been at one event in a long time.
Probably.
This was my favorite song, and then the screen behind them, like this. I knew they were going to do something cool with it.
Did you guys notice? So when they did Mysterious Ways, they were flashing pictures of famous women, like Maya Angelou and even like Ellen DeGeneres. It wasn't people that have just come and gone, current people, and Sister Mary.
Yes.
They put her picture
Oh, that's so cool.
Wow. Yeah, she was one of the last ones. They apparently had solicited, before they get to every town, let us know who a notable woman from your city is. So people nominated Sister Mary Scully, and she was one of the last ones up on the screen, which is great.
That's so cool.
So I thought that was cool. That's a friend. I'm like, wait, I know her. You know? And then
this is Kathy Romano, who every morning, Monday through Friday, does the news, relates the stories of the day in succinct order, and then reads the sports from Nick. Always a little verbose, but very informative.
Oh, so you heard that too?
I did. Yeah, we were walking to the car when they
were on the way out.
But it was so impressive, her command of the stories of the day, and a special nod to 6ABC for providing a lot of the influence to that.
But also another friend of ours got a shout out, Senator Chris Coons.
I know.
What?
Isn't that great?
I was like, wait, I know him.
Yeah, he was talking about AIDS relief that the United States has paid for around the world, and it was so Bono went onto a long AIDS. It was really extolling the benefits of and the virtues of the United States and the taxpayers, and
he was thanking us.
And he was thanking a lot of Americans, and he said Rick Santorum, George W. Bush, and he's here tonight, Senator Chris Coons.
Wow!
By the way, you may know him because he went out to the Camp Out for Hunger, which is the same show that Kathy Romano I mentioned earlier does the news for. It's a great union of philanthropic people here tonight.
It really was amazing.
I know you just probably eat it for breakfast. We have a man called Pancake here.
Oh, man. Let's see. Five Funger
Bung Punch. Five Funger Bung Punch. That's close.
Funger. It's just a funny sounding word.
Great group of new musicians called Five Funger Bung Punch. And they've got a message to tell you. Say, anytime you take a good solid punch to the bung, it's gonna be impactful. Like Nelson Mandela told me one time when he's having a large chocolate chip cookie. He said this thing's huge, but it's not as huge as the love on this earth that we live in. Remember that as you're getting your bung punched.
Maybe this winter we could do the camp out for Funger.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Cheated on? Yeah.
See?
Actually.
Yeah, see? Yeah. It's not so much fun, is it, see?
No,
Where's your idol now?
I remember, but that was totally my fault because
You weren't giving oral.
No.
Oh.
Preston always does, yes.
Not like the king, man.
But, yes,
That's right. I go down there.
What's that?
Third person yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Preston do that.
I'm pretty good at it. So I think I got to step back.
I want to brag.
Join the club.
I turned into a completely...
He's the connoisseur guy.
He's the linguist. The cunning linguist.
Oh, man.
There it is.
I don't want to talk about
Have I ever referred to myself in third person before?
I don't know, but that was the perfect occasion to do so.
Oh, Preston likes the bud.
No, Preston, Preston does good in that department.
Preston, go there.
Come on.
You want me to go on for a little while?
No,
Well, I'll tell you what.
Keep talking about whatever it was. Move on.
I'm interested.
Maybe that's an on-air contest one time. We'll
Who's best?
Yeah. Kathy can judge.
best?
Oh, come on. This is awful.
Come on.
This
It's not
is
gonna.
awful.
It's not crap. We're not gonna do it.
He's covering his face right now.
We'll just use a cantaloupe.
Like, I swear to God, it's a fireable offense in any other job.
I know. You're right. And yet for us, it's tax write-offable.
Why do you immediately assume an oral sex contest is going to be bad? It's going to be something
Kathy being the
salacious.
judge.
Yes, she's going to be sit up on an elevated chair like at Wimbledon.
I just want to involve you, Kath.
I don't think we have an HR department anymore.
No, if they did, they shot
just
themselves
quit.
5 minutes
You guys
ago.
are good.
Foot foul.
But so you were cheated on. Do you remember how you felt?
Yeah, so hurt, but
You understood.
hurt, and then in retrospect was, why are you getting mad? You completely neglected this girl anyway.
Yeah.
You were kind of tired of her. She was kind of driving you crazy anyhow. And it was, at first, it was like, I don't know. I just kind of automatically got into the how dare you type of thing.
Well, of course.
But it was my fault. And you know what?
Yeah, but you know what? It's like it's a reaction that anybody would have, no matter what the situation is.
Because you're supposed to react that
Yeah.
way,
Do
right?
you know what those?
I was 17, 18, something like that.
You always see, and in movies, a lot of times they've done good examples of how there are little things where your significant other, you think you're getting away with something, they can pick up on it. There's body, as you said, you just had a feeling with this other person. It just I couldn't deal with it.
And you know what you also haven't had to deal with, Steve, is the multiple ways people can cheat too. You know, and that's a relatively recent development over the last 10, 15 years of sexting and Instagram cheating.
You are so
direct
right.
message cheating and whatever else.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Yeah, and it was, and I, like you said earlier, I suspected it, and this was post-divorce.
I think there's that interesting delineation, though, between physical and emotional.
Yeah.
I could see people saying,
but it's both.
All right.
Either way, it hurts.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a texter or a caller, but yeah, it hurts, and it hurts in degrees, but it really doesn't matter that much. And I knew the guy. I knew the other guy, too.
Really?
Yeah,
It was Bill Weston.
It was Bill Weston. Oh, I know. Yeah. He was on his way to the Turtle Show, and he was
This is when Bill comes into the bedroom, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of...
Who wants to ride the silver pony? Not everyone can take a ride on a wild Appaloosa.
Oh, God.
I'm going to list the things I'm going to do to you, but not in order. Number 4, tickle your butt. Number 2,
French kiss. Number 1, meet mistletoe tuna town. Third leg of the stool, third leg of me. Look at that thing.
Look at that thing. got some low-hanging fruit right here, too.
Right there.
Look at those.
Yeah.
2 low-hanging fruits.
Look at those low-hanging plums. Oh, can we do a whole half hour of this?
That is the promo immediately. Do it now and cut it up. I'm so getting in trouble for that.
Yes, you are.
Kathy, who did nothing,
Dare you.
will be singled out.
We need to get this underway. We
get it
got to get it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the other side of the studio. We have a table set up where our guests normally are. You guys head on over there. And we're all going to be together surrounding this and opening it as if being in the room wasn't close enough as it is. So I'm going to make my way over. Casey, you're going to helm this?
Yeah,
all right,
I'll be on the other side.
All right, so I'm going to cut into this.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Did
Wait
you
a
learn
second.
how to?
No.
Just being in proximity to
I
it,
know,
this close, it's ramped up 50%.
Yeah.
It is awful.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Where's your puke things? I don't think this one's not going to make you throw up.
No, they're behind us. Well, wait a minute. Marissa got the directions on how to cut it.
All right, come on in, Marissa, quickly. Preston needs to do it.
What's that?
It's covered with spines.
I'm going to cut this off first.
Yeah, cut that off.
Yeah, the neck.
Okay. Cut. I don't, Marissa.
Right here, like where there's little bulbs.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, let me.
Careful. Oh, he's not
It's
wearing
all right,
gloves or anything.
Is it really difficult to cut through?
Yes.
Yeah, it's hard to, I need something. Here we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
See, that's where gloves.
I need a cloth or something.
Holy crap. What a nightmare. Who's the first jackass who...
Oh, dear God.
Oh, God.
Did you catch a whiff?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh.
I'm lightheaded.
Oh, my
I've almost got it all the way open. All right, it's open
Are
now.
you kidding me?
Here, I'm so far away.
Jesus.
Can I get a little...
Oh, God.
Oh,
Stop
God.
it. I don't want to do the fish.
Oh, my God. That's nasty.
Oh, it's weird.
You like it, Casey?
No,
no.
it feels like it's sucking the oxygen out of the room.
It is.
Kathy, you took a good sniff of it. I can't believe that.
Holy
I wanted-
God damn. Why would you?
Because I wanted to see if there was like a little bit of a fruit smell or like a nice smell to it.
Casey wants actually me
there's
to
not.
hand the fruit to him. He's going to take a good sniff. Get in there tight, Case. Smell it. What do you think?
There's
Not too bad?
It doesn't smell good. But
Holy, and it's getting
reminds me of-
worse.
it reminds me of something else that
Liquid ass.
that I do like.
How can you tell if this would be ripe or not ripe?
My
in order to
question
eat
is, who is the first individual in the jungle that said it's worth smelling this crap on the chance it's tasty?
There you go.
I don't like it.
Is anybody going to try and eat
Yes,
it?
give it to me now. I can't. I'm not good for much longer, so please.
Here, Steve.
All right. Oh, this is so sharp.
All right, if it tastes like heaven, I'll try it.
All right.
Wait, do you know which part
what am
you're
I
supposed
eating?
to
Am I
eat?
eating its ass?
That custard-looking stuff.
yeah.
The pod.
Holy God Almighty!
Oh,
I'm not kidding.
Oh, God.
And this is right in my zone. This is like, you know how puke makes you puke?
Yeah.
This is.
All right.
it's like snot.
Oh, Steve hesitated for a moment there.
Are you in your mouth
man.
watery?
Do I? Can I have a?
Oh, you're taking
Dude, you're getting too much.
Oh, well, I don't know. I've never eaten durian before.
All right, go.
All right, I love you.
Just sample it.
Oh, give me a
All right, it's in his mouth. He's eating
Does
it.
it taste like heaven?
Steve?
It's horrible.
I can't imagine something that smells like this is going to taste good.
Water now.
Water! We forgot about water. We forgot to have water. Here you go. Here comes your water.
Thank you, Maria. It tastes like it smells.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's not good. What culture embraces that as food?
It's even worse now that he
ate it?
Yeah, let me stir some of that up.
Oh, yeah.
No, don't stir it up.
That's what we need.
Oh, no, it's not good. The way you would figure it tastes, take the smell and convert that to a taste.
Oh, look at that piece, Preston.
And that's it.
No,
Preston,
all right.
you eat that piece right there.
I ain't eating.
Oh, you're not tasting
Preston. No.
I had a piece caught in my meat tooth.
Oh no!
Do you want a?
What is that?
Oh, so that's like the pit in it, or I think they might call it a stone, but I read that they actually roast them and people eat them.
It looks like an embryo.
Listen,
WMMR.
Hi, thanks, Kathleen. Later on, wrestler Drew Gulak's going to be stopping by.
Love that guy.
We're also going to meet composer Laura Karpman, and she's entrenched in the MCU musically, like Michael Giacchino, and she's going to be conducting the Philadelphia Orchestra. They have their Free Pride concert on Saturday, and she'll be debuting some music from the MCU with the Philadelphia Orchestra, which is really cool. So we'll talk to her a little bit later on this morning. Speaking of live shows, concerts, and the like, Steve sent me this very interesting article, and it has to do with Taylor Swift and her Eras Tour. For some Swifties, it's been difficult for people to remember going to the concert in the first place, and they're coming forward to admit that they are suffering from post-concert amnesia.
Right.
Come on.
And they make the case across similar experiences, though.
It's a fairly common thing.
Yeah.
So to quote a couple of people that were chiming in on this, I think it was on a Reddit thread, a woman named Nicole said, it was like an out-of-body experience as though it didn't really happen to me. And she said, yet I know it did, because my bank account took a $950 hit to cover the ticket. Others have been taking to Reddit to share their guilt at not being able to recollect crucial moments of Taylor's concerts, with some saying they felt almost as if they were disassociating from the experience. Another person wrote, I went to the Arlington show a few weeks back, and I honestly cannot remember most of the concert. I know I was there, but it feels like it was a dream.
I think this is why Kathy can't remember David Faustino, because you were so overwhelmed.
Steve, I've been to, actually, I could name the concerts that I've been to that I don't remember any of them.
Really?
It had nothing to do with amnesia. I drank too much.
All right. Well, there's that. That's a different thing. But according to New Yorker Jenna Takatalia, she said, post-concert amnesia is real. But she said that she even forgot one of Swift's surprise songs that she had most hoped would come up. She said, if I didn't have a 5-minute video that my friend kindly took of me jamming to it, I probably would have told everyone that it didn't even happen.
Well, there are people, they make the point, there are people who will lose if like a massive event or something that you build up so much in your mind, you actually get a type of amnesia, and they will not just forget highlights, they'll forget the whole freaking thing because it's almost too much to process.
Yeah. So,
have you ever had something close to that?
I'm trying to remember, and I know that I have.
Like if you were to see.
Paul McCartney, when I went to that show, I remember vividly moments of it. I don't remember all of it, but that was one of the most super exciting live concert moments of my life.
But you remember it, right?
I do remember it. But
like anything big like that, I feel like that's what I remember. I don't remember David Faustino because I guess I didn't care.
Bud Bundy?
Yeah. So this is not, as Steve was saying, a Swift-specific event. Social media is littered with accounts of fans being unable to recall specific details of important concerts. Ewan McNay, who is an associate professor of psychology at the State University of New York, told Time Magazine that this state can happen anytime that you're faced with a situation highly charged with emotions. People often forget the first dance at a wedding, for instance. She said that this could be the body misinterpreting the signs of excitement. Jumping up and down, screaming, crying can be confused for a fight or flight situation.
So your body steps in to sort of protect you from the memory.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah.
No Taylor Swift.
And actually, it was positive excitement.
Yeah.
It wasn't, scared excitement or anything like that.
Right. You're not as scared.
Don't be as scared. Enjoy.
I'm scared.
I'm trying to think of the best concerts I've ever been to, or the ones that I've most anticipated. I think I've had surprise concerts where I was like, "Wow, I didn't think that was going to be that good," and that was amazing.
Amy Grant,
but no, you too, Joshua Tree. Like I was a fan, but I didn't know it was going to be that good, and that was the first time I'd ever seen you too, and then I went to see them every year after that.
Is there some legitimacy to women forgetting certain parts of pregnancy or giving birth, and that's part of the reason why they are able to do it again?
That's a fact.
Maybe.
That's a fact, Jack. No, I think, Nick, I've read.
They forget the pain, they forget the intensity and the awfulness of it.
That's nature stepping in.
Yeah, and I think the sort of like the adrenaline kicks in or whatever. I'm not sure what the biochemistry would be, but part of the reason why they can survive something so awful and then do it again repeatedly is because that part of the brain blocks that memory out.
That's why Kathy says she can't remember our morning show meetings.
They're just white noise.
It's Bill's white noise.
We got to explain that.
We will in a minute. By the way, here's a few texts coming in. It says, Swift is a cult. That's why they don't remember. No, another one says, my brain blocks out extended stays at hospitals. I've been in and out of the hospitals in the last 10 years, and every major time, I can't remember any of it.
I've heard that.
I've heard that before, too. Yeah.
Something that's traumatic like that, your brain will shut that part out of the memory out of your brain.
I mean, that's a useful defensive mechanism, but it is wild, I would assume, to not be able to recall something that was substantive.
Here's another one that says, I've disassociated most of my life. I just turned 32 on Saturday, and I literally don't remember school. Like elementary through college is a black hole.
Wow.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, they're blocking something out. You know, I actually had a friend of mine who I grew up with, and he lives in Florida now, but when we were kids, like, you know, first, second, third, fourth grade, both of his parents were gone. Like his mother, from what I remember, his mother was killed in a car accident, and I don't know but so when I knew him, he lived with his grandparents. And I had gotten a message from his wife on Facebook because he was turning 40. And, hey, you know, she wanted like a video message. Hey, you know, so-and-so. Because she said he doesn't remember anything like from his childhood. I'm like not like, you know what I mean? I'm like, we hung out all that. He was like my best friend growing up.
And it's weird that we talk about the weird nature of our memories and mnemonic capabilities. And I always, you know, here's a question. What do you think is the earliest memory you have in life?
You know what? I've thought about this.
Yeah.
And it's a duck. Believe it or not, we had like a pet baby duck, and that's about as early a thing
what is
I
that
can
memory?
remember. In the living room of the house, the duck in I don't know, it's in a box or something like that, and it's just a flash of this kind of brown with a yellow beak. And,
That
and
became the song "Duck in a Box."
Yeah. They made it into an SNL bit.
Yeah, Duck in a Box.
But
there's like little memories.
It's a flash.
A flash.
That's it.
It's not like your I guess longer, or you remember like the whole thing is later in life.
I remember and have fun with this. It was a toy watermelon that I.
Oh my God!
I like that.
Was it a whole watermelon or sliced
It was
in
like a
half?
whole watermelon, and the little slices would pop up as its eyes.
When you're seeing it,
it's green.
What do you see? Because they're like you just said, Kathy, like snapshots.
Yeah.
What do you see?
I see the room similar to where the duck was. The duck was next to the watermelon.
I'm in the duck room. This is the duck room. Where's my watermelon?
But I remember, you know, like wood paneling on the walls, a darker colored room, an old TV set, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Do you remember how
a
old
rug.
you would have been at that point?
Oh, I was pre-K. I was definitely, 3, maybe something like that. That seems to be my earliest memory.
So, Steve, when you ask that question, this is something that I've thought about a lot in my life, and I thought about it when I was younger. And then when I remembered what my earliest memory was, I was then able to commit remembering that memory to memory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just, you know what I mean?
And
So, like,
did
once
you
I've
wonder
thought
if you
about
were
it,
remembering the modified memory? Or
no,
the,
because I asked my parents. And so my first memory is I had a bubble gun, and it was a Spider-Man bubble gun, and it was like it had the spider web on it, and I was at my parents' friend's backyard, and I was playing with their daughters, and we were just shooting bubbles.
Yeah.
And I remember running around in the backyard, and Kathy, kind of like you were saying, there's little snapshots of it, but that
What
memory,
does it look like? What do you remember what the day was like? Or anything?
it was sunny, green grass, and then when I asked my parents about it in high school, they're like, "Yeah, we actually have pictures of that day."
Wow.
So they were able to confirm me being at the Spencer's house and playing with a bubble gun.
Did you see the pictures?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and then so that's funny too, because then the pictures also influence your memory,
Right.
And what you commit to memory.
No, I agree.
But I had that memory before looking at the pictures.
Huh.
So mine is, it depends on which one came first. So it was either having bean with bacon soup with my mom and taking a nap with her on the couch. Wow. Or if that happened before October 3rd, 1979, which is when we went and saw Pope John Paul II when he came to Philadelphia.
Okay, so they're
That's
both
what I
about the same time. When you're thinking about the couch, do you remember what the room looks like? And did you lay next to your mom, or were you?
Yeah,
Okay.
like kind of like spooning. So her back was against the couch.
And how old would you think you would have been?
Maybe 3. That's why I think that's my earliest memory.
Yeah,
and I remember what the couch looks like and all that.
I agree. I think I was in 3 probably my first, and I have the like flashes of them. It was when I stole the bunny from Macy's. I do remember that. I remember Jotna and Keatna's head cut off in the park.
These are your dolls that
Yes.
you mutilated.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
The a-holes and the kids that lived in the neighborhood did. But my first like memory where it's still like a flash, but it seems a little longer. Like I can see the room. I was watching TV. I remember more about it. And my grandmother, who died when I was little, I think she died when I was 4. So I had to have been about 3 or 4 at this time. And I remember her walking in, and she came so I remember that whole scenario. But that's probably the youngest.
So I remember we were at some sort of gathering, and I remember my father looking down at me and saying, "Son, that's James K. Polk."
Wow.
Shut up.
You know what the K stands for?
Wait.
Knoxville.
Knox.
Oh, Knox.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I'm a little older.
That was a Quizzo question the other night.
That's James K. Polk.
I didn't get it right.
The Napoleon of the stump.
When was
I can't believe we have that in the music.
Yeah, that might not even be the right music.
No,
When
it was
when-
not Revolutionary
when
War
was
time,
he?
I don't think.
He was the 11th president, and 1849.
That's the 11th president.
That's when he died.
18 what?
49 is when he died.
He
and
was
also
hit by a car.
the very first car of all
God
the
damn
jet
it.
airplanes.
Do you believe this?
The very first car ever
Worst
made.
horse's carriage runs me over. Son of a bitch. I'm dying. I can feel it.
Oh my God. Oh man, you know what? I get hit by this little wave of sadness while we were talking about this.
About those memories?
About those memories, because I mean, you know, when you have children, and I recently went back and looked at some pictures of my kids as babies, and I started getting a little misty because of the innocence lost and all that stuff. And I even think about that myself as a baby. I'm looking at me as a baby, and I'm like, I just, you know. Things were
what the hell happened?
Were simple. What the hell happened to me?
What the hell? Why am I this? No. So I remember. I'm trying to think when I would.
Oh no, not the living years. Oh no.
Sometimes I think of my father.
Yep.
So so my brother is 6 years younger than me, Tom. And I remember my mother asking me what I wanted my brother's name to be.
Oh.
But that would have put me then at 6.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So you guys have memories back to 3.
I have like a collection of memories from that time. I don't know what chronologically is actually the earliest memory,
Right.
but I have lots of those little flashes of memories from 3 and 4 years old.
My oldest has a insane memory when it comes to like remembering things from. So she probably remembers stuff from like 2 years old.
From the living years?
Nah, from the living years. But you know, because of my memory of taking a nap with my mom, I have a memory of me with my youngest when we were just kind of cuddling, and I was like, man, I hope she remembers this, because I called her. I remember calling her my little teddy cub,
right?
And she loved that, Like when I called her that, like she nestled into me even more, and like, you know, she was like 2.5-ish. You know, I was like, I wonder if this is like going to be one of those memories.
You know how you get her to actually remember it?
What's that?
You know how you get her to actually remember it? You're my tiny club!
Yeah.
You yell right in her face, and she will never forget it.
Listen, the movie Inside Out nails it.
Yes.
Core memories.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Core memories.
I just remembered this, that we often get into a family, not argument, but discussion over this, because my one brother swears he remembers being an infant. I swear to God.
Like a baby.
Like a baby. And he's like, he doesn't understand. He's like, I don't understand. You guys don't remember that?
So,
we're like,
so
what?
people who
No.
have like a staggeringly high IQs, it said that
Oh, no,
people
that's not him.
you know, who are really Mensa level and above can remember back that far. I don't know if that's the truth,
I mean,
because I don't know what your mind is creating, and your mind will fill in blanks like crazy.
Yeah.
So it'll tell you know.
Wait, what does that say for me then?
I mean, what was that, Preston? There was a statistic that if you take the bulk of our memories half of them are completely inaccurate.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. That we have tailored them. We've altered them in some way or form, and now believe that that's the way it actually happened.
It's funny because
it probably wasn't James K. Polk.
I hit a home run. I was playing in Clifton. I was probably in like 6th grade or whatever. So what I remembered was that this was a shot to dead center field, and I was like, dude, I crushed this ball, right? And then my the lady who cuts my hair, Jackie, she lives right around the corner from, and I'm like, I need to go and see how far this ball actually went. You know what I mean? Because in my memory, it was like a 450-foot shot.
It wasn't that far.
Actually, you know what, Kat? It's actually it was a pretty good shot, especially for like a 12-year-old. You know, like it was not that bad.
Marissa's been trying to chime in for a while. Let me go to her.
This is why I take photos all the time. And I think I've done it for so long. And it's not just documenting my life, but documenting the life around me.
Yeah.
So I can show it and you can reference it back. And that's why I always will send you guys like a random memory or something when it pops up. I love the feature on your phone when it just shoots a photo from like 2013 or something like that. And if it's, this Taylor Swift thing that you guys said hit me so hard because
You've had similar?
Oh my God, Steve, all the time. People will I'll be at a concert with them and they'll go, yeah, we were at that show when, so-and-so did that. And I was like, they did what? What was going on?
Yeah.
Because for me, all I'm remembering is like what was around me, the surroundings. And I tend to not remember the actual show until I go back in my phone and I'll see, oh, I took a photo or I took a video of that
I think that's
song because
honestly
it meant so much to me in the moment.
While I'm loath to live through a lens and not experience the thing for the thing, I do understand that I kind of envy the fact that you've been fastidiously chronicling through pictures these things because they do incite memories. I would say this is that, if you could find a happy balance between being in the moment and chronicling, that would be the optimum situation.
Well, I fell in love so young with capturing a moment through a lens. So I have this like weird mishmash of the memory being the photograph, but the photograph also like chiming off the memory in my mind and not just remembering the photograph. It's this weird, we all have crazy minds, right?
Right.
I think a lot of times too, like especially with like the guests that come in the studio and all of that, for me is it's so much and it happens every day, and maybe even says to Marissa forgetting like concerts and stuff because she goes to so many.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's only the special ones like John Travolta. You know what I mean? Like that stuff that I remember. I'll remember guests coming in or sometimes like David Festino, not at all. But I think it's because it's something that we do every single day.
We have 2 callers on the line who their earliest memory happened on the exact same day.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, let me go to Daryl. Hey, Daryl, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing? These memories are real.
Yes. All right. So your first memory is what, Daryl?
It's actually the day John F. Kennedy got shot. I was 3.5 years old. I don't remember like seeing what you see in the film on TV now. I just remember my mother crying, and I asked her why, and then she said, because the president got shot.
Okay. I had that same memory, and it would have put me. It was about it would have been right in line with my brother, picking my brother's name, because I also remember Jack Ruby shooting Oswald. I remember that being a news story as well. But and like I remember kind of my head, and I'm sure you had the same sort of situation, Daryl, where you're like, why? What's all this about? And you can't quite process it.
Yeah, not at 3.5 years old.
No, definitely not. But that's your earliest memory.
Wow.
Interesting. All right, thank you, Daryl.
You guys are in the 3 range. For me, it seems to be about the 5-6 year range.
Let me go to Sarah. Same day. Hey, Sarah, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. So echoing what Daryl said, it's the same for you, right?
Absolutely. I was 6 months old, though.
Whoa.
I was a baby, and I was going with my mom in our old Ford with red leather seats. I was just laying on the front seat.
Oh, my God.
To get my first picture taken, my first portrait. And I vividly remember, the AM radio.
I tell you, Mom, the CIA was behind this.
And she turned up the radio and screamed at the top of her lungs.
Wow.
And that's what did it. That's what solidified that memory in your mind. Your mom's
at that
reaction.
age, yes. To Nick's point about something that's a startling trauma, where you see that your mom crying. I remember we were in California at the time.
Thank you, Sam.
And I had a small yellow, I think it was an Admiral Preston radio next to my bed. and my mother came in and turned it on. You know, we'd get ready for school. I'd get ready for school, and she said Robert Kennedy was shot, was assassinated, and you know, because that's what was going to be on the news. She knew I was going to hear it, and I remember that clearly, the room, everything.
Yeah, yep. All right, let's go back to earliest memory. I'm going to go to Ethan. Hey, Ethan, good morning.
What up, Queefs? How are you?
Hey, Queef, how you doing? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
What does it sound like?
What up, Queefs?
What's up, Ethan?
Not much. So, yeah, my earliest memory is I must have been around two and a half, looking up at my mom laying down in my crib.
Wow.
I remember the ceiling being super gray. I remember the apartment that we lived in. It was a very tiny apartment, drab-looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
We had the lights off, most likely to save money because there wasn't a lot of money at the time. So all I remember is just daylight coming through the windows. Blinds half open. But yeah, just the image of my mom looking down at me in the crib.
Wow. That's amazing.
Great.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't remember.
Ethan.
So you think that one memory you said with the duck?
Yeah,
was
that seems to be the farthest back I can remember, and fortunately, it's a comforting memory. You know, it's a good one.
Yeah,
as opposed
it's not
to
assassination.
Your mom screaming at the president.
Play with your duck.
Yeah, maybe that happened. I don't know, something dramatic, and I was told to
play with your watermelon.
I also had a toy watermelon.
Of course you would. Kids love toy watermelons.
But I have loads of memory. Now, part of the reason I think I can remember that phase in my life and know it is because when I think I was 4 years old when we moved from that house. So all of those memories are in kind of one mental package.
And they make you,
for me.
I mean, they should make you feel good and nostalgic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's nothing I can think of that was a bad memory other than when I climbed up a ladder and couldn't get down. It was on the side of the house.
Oh, yeah.
And I went almost all the way up, and I didn't, I wasn't looking down when I was climbing up, and I just started screaming at the top of my lungs.
Stay right there. We've got your duck.
And I fell off and landed on the duck and killed it.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Oh my God.
No.
Do you ever find yourself looking at a picture and saying, what the hell is that on Joey's head?
Look
at this photograph. Do we have any idea what was on Joey's head or not?
What the hell is that on
I don't know.
Joey's head?
It was, you know what it was? It was a duck.
God. So, by the way, going back to the fact that you can have concert amnesia, is that it says here that you're saying, according to your mind, or your mind is saying about your body, saying we're really stressed out, we're running away from a bear, or we're watching Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Meaning it's fight or flight that might be kicking in because you're so excited at an event. Another explanation is that fans are flooding their brains with too many chemicals. Neurons start firing indiscriminately, making it really hard to create new memories.
Obviously, what Kathy said is true, too. Some people get, I wonder how many people can fully remember a Dave Matthews concert, or any of those
back in the
heavy,
day.
in the back in the day, those heavy drinking concerts.
You know what I do too? I'll mesh two memories together, and people who were also there, no, you're it's two different things that happened. You're putting it together.
Dude, does any come to mind where you really later realized they were not any way remotely connected, but you
I can't think of any specifically, but
connected them?
I've done it a number of times, and my best friend has the greatest memory ever, so she's always like, no, you're remembering it wrong. It's two separate incidents.
Okay, Nick dug and found out what was on Joey's head.
Okay.
Oh, good.
According to Chad Kroger. The thing, here we go. The thing that was on Joey's head was a champagne bucket that my wife and I got Chad for his house. No, this is his brother.
Okay.
That my wife and I got Chad for his housewarming, and it was somehow secured to his head by what appears to be a bra. I'm not sure about that, but I think it's a bra, he said.
It's funny.
I kind of like that.
So that was Mike Kroger who was saying that.
I do. When growing up, we had a this desk that sat in our in our hallway, and at least 2 of the drawers of the desk were filled with photographs. And I would quite often just go through those photographs, and I miss that. Like,
sure.
I miss having that the photos in your hand.
That you just look at,
We had a cake tin that was always just filled with random pictures, and every couple of years we'd take it out.
It's wonderful.
And start going through it.
And
it's
I
kind of
found
like
the box
song.
of the photographs that my school custodian took of me in the boiler room.
Yeah.
And memories.
Yeah.
Memories. And I was so white.
A few years ago, I went back to my dad's house, and he had this old desk that was at our house forever, and it was just filled with stuff. As a kid, when you were a kid, you obviously didn't, if you're of our age, Steve, back in the day of James K. Polk,
right?
You had to find things to entertain yourselves, and a lot of times, if I was at like my grandparents or something like that, that thing to entertain myself was going through desks and closets,
Absolutely.
and just finding things that vibrated and wiggled.
Lightsaber.
And so all these things that were still on my dad's desk, I was going through a couple of years ago, and I'm like, wow, I remember playing with this.
My dad has actual, photographs from crappy Browning, cameras from years ago, and he has. I haven't looked at them in quite a while, but. It's. I mean, I found a picture of the Great Dane that we had years ago, and my grandmother, Clem, and it's amazing, But to have that to help incite the memories is great. But it is weird to think about. You don't want what you have to just completely evaporate.
I know.
It's your experience.
How are your memories from elementary school?
Very good.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Can I play a little game with you guys?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna go around the room, and I'm gonna and just give me your first memory that you think I want to say this. Preston, kindergarten.
Red fire truck.
Steve,
pissing my pants.
No, seriously, remember?
Yeah, I know.
She locked the door, took us out to look at some look at pollution, and she sent me back because I had to go to the bathroom, and I pissed myself outside the door, and my mother had to bring me a new pair of pants.
Oh my God, it's so sad. I hate that story for you.
It felt horrible.
Kathy.
Making waffles in Mrs. Wiley's class.
There was a wall outside that I liked to climb, and I was at Paoli Elementary, which is no longer there.
Marissa?
Are we doing kindergarten?
Kindergarten.
The hippo at Morristown Friends.
Okay. Leading the class and pledge allegiance at kindergarten
Were you
graduation. Not that I remember. No.
You made it up.
No.
Oh, country, that's good.
Oh, flag, I see you over there.
You wave high over the sky where the birdies fly. Please don't cry.
My, oh, my.
I love hair pie.
God bless America.
You know what, though? I remember nothing. Can't even remember the teacher I had for first grade.
No.
Second grade, and then third grade, I start to remember again. So I don't know what happened in first and second.
I do as well, yeah. I remember having a crush on second grade teacher, Mrs. Emilio.
Aw.
Yep, absolutely. And I always made sure that I had all my hygiene stuff there. I had my little handkerchiefs in the little bag that you had to bring with you.
Didn't you get an award for that?
I got an award.
Yeah, for having the best Kleenex?
Hygiene and Kleenex and all that. So I had all my implements. And my first year, I remember first year I worked with Heidi Kindler on a report about the government, about the branches of the government. That's pretty heady stuff for first grade.
Yeah. Steve, my kindergarten teacher and my second grade teacher were cousins. And when I found out, it was Mrs. Niccolo and Mrs. Duda.
Yeah.
And when I found out that two of my teachers were related, it blew my freaking mind. I was like, how is this humanly possible?
What?
Yeah.
What?
It was so...
It can't be! Do you know what's going on down here?
That's like when you would see your teacher like outside like at a store. You're like,
what?
There's a great scene in Mean Girls where they go to a store and Tina Fey, who's their teacher, is also, I guess, works at like Bennigan's or whatever.
Got a job in the mall.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. We have a lot of great calls. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go to them. But do you want to go to someone real quickly before we wrap who says they remember being born?
no.
Sure.
What?
Let's go to Lonnie. Hey, Lonnie.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what's up, Lonnie?
What's up, dude? Hey, so I actually remember being born. So I remember, I guess, squeezing out, filling my shoulders tight. Then I open my eyes, and it's all blurry, and they put the little squeegee thing in your nose. And
Yep.
It smelled like mustard.
It smelled like mustard. But you wouldn't have known what mustard smelled like.
Right. So I'm wondering if you pick up. It would seem to me you'd have to pick up this memory well after the fact, and it's not saying it isn't an authentic memory, but the likelihood of that of being able to remember birth.
Yeah, but all right. So the olfactory senses, like when you smell something, it brings back memories, like
stronger than any other sense.
Right. Yes. So when you smelled like mustard,
it's bringing back that
maybe that brought that back.
What is the preferred birthing mustard? What will the doctor slap on a woman's vagina at the moment of birth? It's got to be, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you're a ketchup girl.
I have a mustard question, but it's probably for later in the show.
Yeah,
do you want to ask Lonnie that, or no? We'll do it later.
Well,
is it a connoisseur question?
Probably,
hang on to
I'll
it.
hang on to it.
Combine We'll get back. Lonnie, thank you for your call. I appreciate it, bud.
Oh, show.
Oh, show. All right. We'll see
Listen,
you
my
then.
brother says similar things, and people don't ever believe him. And I know, like, you guys were kind of like, yeah, okay, sure, Lonnie, but like, and my brother swears that he remembers.
Well, did your brother remember the condiments that were smeared on your
Right.
He said
relish.
A lot of relish.
Yeah.
And there was a bread basket right next.
Kath, when I was little, I would have dreams that came true, and they were always like bad dreams. It was never like I had a dream that the Easter Bunny came. It was like I had dreams of like planes crashing, and it hasn't
Easter Bunny on it,
and it hasn't happened in a long time, probably like 30 years or so. But I mean, it was happening so often and so vivid that I remember at one time we were sitting at the dinner table in our dining room, and I said, guys, I just want to tell you this because I had this dream last night, and I described my dream to the T, and then like a day or two later that happened. So I actually had witnesses in my household
who can swear to this,
who can swear that I if you want to call it premonition. Yeah, it is a premonition. But
he had a vision of sorts.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for your calls. Interesting stuff. But if you went to the Taylor Swift concert and don't remember it, you're not alone.
Well, if you couldn't afford the concert, perhaps you actually did go and could afford it.
That's possible. By the way, something we'll never forget is a new Daily Rush video, and it is the Keenan's Under the Sea contest that we did. Mermaids Laurie and Ed helped bring their aquatic friends home with their mouths in one of the nastiest contests we've ever done.
By the way, kudos to Kyle, who's been working like a madman getting all these segments up and ready.
Yep, and you can go to WMMR.com/Daily Rush to watch. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. Learn more at Xfinity.com. And of course, we have that awesome photo gallery that Marissa put together if you want to see that as well from all the events that took place at Keenan's this year. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Bizarre File is up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. WMMR presents.
Preston's pretty adventurous, but I'm going to tell you flat out.
I'm not going to eat it.
Take the smell and convert it to taste.
I'll try it.
All right, Casey's going to try it. Wow.
Just put it on the thing there. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Case, and
I'm
please.
not saying you took a big bite.
All right, back me up.
Just do it. 1, 2, 3, go. Come on. Taste it.
Choo-choo train.
Peanut butter.
Open wide.
What do you think? What do you think, Case?
It's horrible.
Did you taste it?
Aftertaste,
horrible.
I'll tell you what.
You're insane.
The aftertaste is not that great. Now, listen, I just took a little baby bite.
You're insane.
All right, so I'll eat that, okay?
Yeah,
eat this part.
That's enough. Any amount is go. All right, he's got it in his mouth. He's tasting it, and he's kind of has a confused look on his face. Now he's got a disgusting look on his face, and now he looks like he wants to ask a question.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
It's not good.
No, but it's almost good.
Okay.
It's
it has the texture of avocado.
I don't like the texture. Like it's almost like I ate snot.
It's like you're eating someone's bunghole.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like snot.
It feels like snot. But okay.
All right, seal this sucker off.
It's got like simultaneous flavors.
I will tell you this: they were not lying about the sharpness of the spikes on this thing. If you were to slam this against someone, you would hurt them.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just take a little taste, but there's also like some sort of rice cake or something that has this cooked into it. If you want to try.
Oh,
that.
really?
Are you kidding me?
Oh, okay.
No!
All right, I'll try that.
All right.
All right, Nichols.
No, you're not allowed to have the rice cake unless you try
fine.
it.
All right, I didn't have my meal. I'll have
made up rules.
Both Casey and I can have the rice cake.
All right, I'm going to try it.
Nick's going to try it. The durian fruit. Go for it, Nick. Okay. Oh, instant regret. Instant regret.
All right, so
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
all right, so
But,
now
all right, Steve,
you can now try the rice cake.
does it taste better than it smells?
A little bit.
I think so.
A little bit.
A tiny bit. Okay,
That's
can I-
not, but it's not saying a lot.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try a little piece.
All right, okay.
All right.
Oh God. Is there a little seafood in there?
No, I don't want to do it.
There's a little bunghole in there.
Okay.
That is
well,
awful.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we have to get to this Surströmming. All
You
right.
could actually taste the melon in that. Like there was like
Honestly, I understand, Casey.
Gross.
I understand eating things that are not in our normal palate wheel. I got that.
No.
But this is it says it makes you less of a human if you eat this. It's disgusting.
A New Hampshire woman is recovering after a rabid bobcat attacked her. It was dusk when Elise Dabrowski made her nightly trip to lock up the chicken coop and decided that she would.
I'm gonna go out and lock up the chicken coop. I'm just doing what I do every. Oh no! Got my flashlight. Gonna go out and lock out the chicken coop. What can possibly go? Oh no! Bobcat attack!
She was while she was locking up the chicken coop, she decided she'd do a little bit of weeding in the garden.
There's goddamn weeds all over the place. I want the chicken coop to look good, if not for the chickens, at least for me. And should I wear my sausage necklace? Oh, no! A bobcat!
The 80-year-old grandmother was hacking weeds near her rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced.
My goddamn sickle.
And the bobcat.
Look behind him at a chicken coop. What was that rose?
I just like how you have these different developments in the story.
So anyway, she was hacking the weeds near the rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced on her and sunk its teeth into her face.
Yeah, they go for the head. They go for headshots. The neck and the head.
She said, all I kept thinking is, why? Why is he doing this? Why is this?
Why? We have so many more days to live.
Why is this stupid cat attacking me? She said.
Mother effing bobcat. He's back for more. You want more? You want a piece of me? Son of a bitch.
Now she's just pissed.
Yeah.
She's fighting back. Yeah.
We're going out together, you bitch. Yeah, come at me. I'll dice you up. Cut your head off.
She turned her sickle on the beast as some of her 5 dogs scrambled over to help out.
And that's another question. Where are my goddamn dogs?
And she said he just kept.
Lazy mutts.
He just kept scratching and biting, and the dogs came and chased him off. By then, the bobcat had ripped into her in 5 places, causing wounds that would take 60 stitches to close. Her adult son heard the commotion from his yard.
Thanks, Lord Ass. Where were you? I'm out here and fighting Mother Nature, and you're in there watching your game shows.
He was in his yard nearby, and he heard commotion. She said he got the gun and came down.
Now, why don't you go back to the house and put some friggin' bullets in it, you moron?
Came down and killed the bobcat with a shotgun blast.
I know. Actually, you killed one of our dogs, dumbass.
Now, Tuesday, it tested positive for rabies.
Oh, man.
But
Just
Dabrowski.
not age, please.
But Dabrowski.
I've gone this long avoiding it, and I'm rather sexual.
Wow.
I don't want to get bobcat age. That's the worst.
You've had sexual relations.
Tons of men. There's been an open door policy of this old cooter.
Oh.
It's like a revolving door.
Anyhow.
Like Times Square.
But Dabrowski considers herself lucky.
I'm very lucky having that bobcat tear my face off.
She said, it could have got my eye, could have got my jugular, could have got anything. I feel very, very fortunate. Her son and her dogs are now...
Just good to be back at home with the... Oh, no, he's back, son of a bitch!
They're all getting rabies shots. But
I hear that they've gotten less
What, the stomach
painful?
shots?
Yeah, the rabies shots. They modified because it used to be a series of shots in your stomach, as you said.
Yeah. But anyhow, she harbors no ill will toward the bobcat, which already had a face full of porcupine quills before it attacked her. So it had already been having a rough day. So yeah.
Good to see you, Dr. Smithers. I'll just go out and wait in the waiting room. I mean, oh no! Ah, bobcat! The bobcat will not give up. It's a battle royale.
You know what? Just relax. Take a bath.
Yeah, I'm going a little Mr. Bubble. Light some candles. Put on a little Yanni and... oh, no! What the hell? Get out of the... No, you son of a bitch! Where's my loofah?
Where's my loofah? You're going to use that to fight the bobcat off with?
I got, whatever you have, you got to go for it. I don't bathe with a sickle.
Let me go to Carrie. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Carrie?
Not much. But yeah, so we had, my father was an organist for over 50 years, and he passed away 5 years ago, and he had an organ in the house. Now, his organ was an organ that some churches had smaller ones than this one.
But your dad had a large organ?
He had, yes, thank you.
We didn't need it.
My dad's organ. Yeah. Anyway, it was like a full pedal and it was 3 manuals, so it had 3 keyboards.
Oh.
And then 4 rather large speakers along with it. And 2 years ago, we found a church in York County to take it. And because it was a huge weight around my mother, you know, like to see it, like he.
Yeah, it was a constant reminder.
Yeah, exactly. So the church that was taking it sent the movers. Well, they told the movers it was a small organ. It was not a small organ. So they asked, you know, did it come through the front door? Yes, it came through the front door with a lot of difficulty. So my dad actually had the back of the house, instead of a slider for the deck, he put in French doors so that if eventually he moved or it needed to be moved, it would be more easily taken out.
Okay.
And even wider steps on the deck. Well, of course, I'm a woman, so of course I didn't know what I was talking about. So after like 20 tries to go through the front door, taking the door off the hinges, etc., I finally was like, would you please go out the back door?
And so all this time this is happening, you have full French doors in the back of the house and basically a ramp built to accommodate the organ that you didn't even consider.
Right. I told them from the beginning. And they're like, well, did it come through the front door? Yes, it did, but with a lot of difficulty, you Nimrod.
Did they eventually go out the back door, Carrie?
Yes, thankfully.
Yeah.
After much difficulty.
I mean, to be honest, your dad's big organ was meant for the back door.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And we'll
Just
leave
a fact,
you with
right?
that, Carrie.
Thank you very much.
The whole
Thank
phone
you.
call was worth it for that line
I love
alone.
you all.
Your dad's huge organ was made for the back door. Yes. So yesterday was just perfect weather. It was fantastic. It was the zero humidity, nice little breeze, comfortable temperatures. It was great. So we got that. If we could have more of those, it'd be wonderful. But we are in July.
Yes.
And the next couple of days are going to be heating up. So by the time we get to Thursday, mid-90s and humid, it's going to be sweaty, sassy,
moist,
sultry,
sticky, smelly.
And there was a hashtag surfacing on social media. Actually, it was out of the UK because they had been having some record temperatures. But the hashtag is boob sweat.
Yes, it's a big dilemma for the more
me,
the more Casey-ish.
Yeah, I was not aware that boobs tend to get sweaty.
I know we suffer from under.
From under cheese?
Yeah,
from under sweat, I guess.
Yeah.
Is it the underneath part that?
Let's consult our large-breasted traffic reporter.
And now, from the Breast Bureau of the WMMR Morning Show, it's Kathy Romano. And now we go to our on-the-scene correspondent, the buxom Kathy Romano, to talk about booby sweat.
I gave you
That introduction not as good as the traffic one. Okay, so what is your question? Does it happen or where?
Yeah, is that something you have to be ready for when you're heading out and it's going to be really hot, or boobs? One of the things you got to worry about getting all sweaty.
Yes, my boobs sweat, but I think it depends on. I mean, I can't speak for girls with smaller boobs, but I mean, yes, like I have an underneath part and also my cleavage.
Really? Oh yeah. So it's
where there's close proximity.
Skin on skin.
Yes, skin on skin.
Now you're not gonna see it. It's not gonna drip through my clothes.
Oh
or
my
anything
God!
like
Are you
that.
kidding me? It looks like you've been shot in the chest twice every time it's warm outside. No,
But-
you don't see it, but you're in air condition when we see you.
Yeah, and also if you if I were to work out in a cotton sports bra or cotton shirt, you would see it. You would see it there.
It's almost like pits, but
Yeah.
with
But
a T.
T.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
well, boobs are the new pits, Preston.
Oh, I wish you could have said it.
Knockers are the new pits instead of.
Why can't we say that word?
I know it's so innocuous. It sounds so friendly too.
In fact, there are birds that are called tits.
Yes,
So there, I said it.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Titmouse. All right.
Let's just talk about the birds.
Well, it was quiet Wednesday evening in Blue Springs, Missouri, when the police radio crackled with word that a holdup alarm had been triggered at Cerilia's local adult novelty emporium. When the store manager spoke with police dispatchers, he provided a physical description of the tattooed man who stole $90 of merchandise.
They call it cash.
The suspect fled on foot and was running to the grocery store with he said, quote, running north to the grocery store with two of the biggest dongs I sell.
Dude, now I sell some big dongs, but he took two of the bigger ones.
An officer described the suspect as a white male shaved head tattoo on his neck who stole 2 dildos and a bottle of lotion.
Yeah, he stole one of them there lurches, which are huge, and one of them Sasquatches.
The manager recalled swiped a $47 11-inch All-American Ultra Whoppers curved dong intended for use in a strap-on device.
Yes, I'm curious. Do you have the ultra-wide curved dong?
It's the American Ultra Whopper.
Put it aside for me. That's ROMANO. That is the Ultra American Super Curved Dong. Is it not? What is the vein situation like with that? Oh, very good.
The vein situation. The thief also stole
Would you say there's the end of it? What is that like? Is it wide? Is it wider? Well, I'll come in and see.
And
Is it online? I want to take a look at it.
What's the return policy on that, too? The thief also
You can
stole...
always resell it on the yard sale site.
Yes, on your Facebook site.
Kathy actually
Ladies.
saw resale on
a dildo?
Yeah.
It was
Are you kidding me?
It was a glass dildo. A woman sent it to me, and I emailed her back. I'm like, "Is this for real?" She goes, "I promise you, I saw it." And she said, "WMMR."
Hey, just a reminder, 2 weeks from tomorrow, I believe, for Preston and Steve Blood Drive.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that 2 weeks from tomorrow?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah, it's on the 16th.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Yeah, so we are just reminding you to go to WMMR.com, make an appointment. We're in 2 locations, Live Casino Hotel in Philadelphia. We will be broadcasting live, though, from the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks that morning. But back over at live, I think Brent Porsche, Pierre Robert? Who the hell is doing
Pierre
what?
Robert is at live.
Yes, thank you.
And so we're going to go over and visit him. And I think Brent is back at Oaks.
At Oaks, that's what it is. Thank you, Steve. And everybody gets an I Believe for Preston and Steve tote bag, courtesy of Window Nation. The newest Preston and Steve T-shirt as well.
Which
we're digging.
You're going to dig it.
Yeah.
And if you're, you'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's from the American Red Cross and MMR putting Philly first.
We're going for a little, we never do this, but we're going for a little bit of a set number.
Yeah, we went over 1,000.
Yeah.
We want to see if we can break 1,000. We're working our way back. COVID obviously pulled things back, and now we're returning to our regular, wide open
scheduled program,
regularly scheduled program. So we'd like to hit at least 1,000 units this time around.
Everyone distinguished themselves wonderfully during the COVID stuff, and we did well. But now we're back, and we want to see those numbers skyrocket.
Yep. So please, if you can, donate. We'd love to have you be a part of this. And like I said, all the information, WMMR.com. WMMR.com and get signed up there and get ready. All right, Bizarre File. Let's do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I'm going to start with a follow-up story from a pretty messed up incident that took place. Steve, you were asking a question about this when this happened. An Arby's manager who had died in the freezer. Remember this?
Right.
So apparently, according to this, she beat her hands bloody attempting to escape the walk-in freezer that she was found dead in May. According to a lawsuit filed in Texas against the fast food chain and franchise owner. Her name is Noyette Lee. Died May 11th after police said her body was found in the freezer of an Arby's in New Iberia, Louisiana. The wrongful death suit filed by her 4 children who live in Texas seek more than $1 million in damages from Arby's and franchisee Turbo Restaurants. The 8-page suit alleges both showed gross negligence by failing to fix a broken freezer door.
There you go.
The suit...
They're supposed to be able to be open from the inside.
Oh, yeah. The suit filed Friday claims that the victim had been temporarily assigned to work at the Louisiana store before she was found dead. At the time of her death, the suit continues saying that the store's freezer door had been broken since August of 2022.
Whoa. Come on.
And employees used a screwdriver to help open and close the door and used a box of oil to help keep the freezer door open. So they were just avoiding fixing this thing. According to the lawsuit, she became trapped in the freezer and beat her hands bloody trying to escape. According to an autopsy, she died from hypothermia at the time of her death. She was the general manager at the store, and her oldest son, who also worked at the store, found his mother in the freezer dead. So
friggin' horrible.
Terrible. So, yeah. All right. There's a lighter story. Hundreds of thousands of Maryland vehicles are unknowingly a mobile advertisement for a Filipino casino after a license plate URL recently began redirecting them to the gambling hall. So in 2012, Maryland released a new license plate to commemorate the 200th anniversary of the War of 1812. That license plate was apparently the default license plate for Maryland cars between 2012 and 2016 and featured a URL at the bottom of which said starspangled200.org. Sometime last year, however, that URL began to redirect to globalinternational.info.
What is bustyasians.com?
Which is the homepage of a Filipino online casino. There is a scantily clad woman advertising the Philippines' best betting site.
Do you remember the War of 1812? Me too.
A Redditor appears to be the first person to publicly notice the issue, posting on the Maryland subreddit 2 days ago. And they also posted evidence that the domain has changed hands a few times, but that those web pages were all tied to government organizations like the state or the National Park Service. A spokesperson for the Maryland Department of Transportation said that nearly 768,000 license plates bear that particular URL.
Maryland, 2girlsandacup.com.
Beachgoers in South Florida are being warned about a flesh-eating pathogen that has arrived ashore many popular beaches.
And this is awesome.
The bacteria called Vibrio mixes with other debris that allows it to eat away at humans and animals who get near its web. The mixture of pathogens causes, quote, leaky gut syndrome.
Oh, gross. It just doesn't sound good.
And is spread across beaches due to the bacteria hitching a ride on swaths of sargassum seaweed, which is, you probably heard about this. All that seaweed has ended up on the Florida coast. So as the seaweed decays, a foul odor blankets beaches, and the bacteria spreads across sandy shores. Where people that get infected with tainted surfaces can face diarrhea, stomach cramps, vomiting, fever, chills, ear infections, and wound
What a fun day at the beach, huh?
Uh-huh.
Preston, when I was in St. John last month, they had daily sargassum updates because they had to monitor how much was coming in on the shore because it would actually endanger people swimming. And that's like one of the nicest beaches in the world.
Wow.
That's
but
horrifying.
Even there it was an issue.
Wow.
There's a horror movie called The Beach that has to do with something that's similar
Really?
to this. Yeah.
Ugh.
An inappropriately shaped meatloaf and reports of sexually explicit comments made in front of minors prompted an investigation into the Cromwell Fire Department.
Oh, yeah.
On-scene training owner Brian Petruccielli emailed Chief Jason Braid to inform him that on-scene training would no longer utilize the fire department for clinical observation time for its EMS training courses. Petruccielli said that he received complaints from a few of his students about the unprofessionalism that they witnessed by members of the fire department. He expressed concern in particular for his underage students who were as young as 16. He said,
the meatloaf!
He said,
Looks like a penis!
He said students told him they overheard conversations of a sexual nature and statements that students felt should never be discussed in front of the public. And in a follow-up email about a week later, Petruccielli said that another student had come forward with a complaint and said during these clinical rotations, there was a dinner prepared that was inappropriate. A meatloaf shaped like a large penis.
Of course.
Subsequently, on another shift, discussions took place on this dinner as well. Marissa, this reminds me of the cake mold that you bought. I think we could make a meatloaf in that.
Let's do that.
In another instance, a member of the fire department reportedly bent over and said to a male student, "I bet you're looking at my ass." In response, the fire district hired an attorney to investigate the alleged incidents of sexual misconduct. But it's the meatloaf
that sealed the deal.
That really got him.
Meatloaf!
Yeah.
Meatloaf sandwich.
We've got a whole meatloaf already.
I didn't know there was a meatloaf division.
Meatloaf sandwich.
What about double meatloaf?
Oh, we got you. Come on, man.
Oh, really?
Double meatloaf?
Yeah, I got it.
Meatloaf, double meatloaf. I hate meatloaf.
One of the firefighter trainees.
Yeah. An Australian man suffered head injuries in a harrowing encounter with a crocodile in Queensland over the weekend. Marcus McGowan was snorkeling with his wife and friends off Cape York on Saturday when he was attacked from behind. The crocodile, which McGowan believes is a juvenile, had its jaws around his head.
I don't know how this dude survived this.
He said, "I was able to lever its jaws open."
Yeah, this is uncomfortable.
Just far enough to get my head out.
That hurts.
The crocodile apparently he said, the crocodile then attempted to attack me a second time, but I managed to push it away with my right hand, which was then bitten by the croc. McGowan, who was snorkeling.
Snookle. Oh, my God.
What?
Snorkel.
Snookle.
Snorkel.
Snookle. Oh, I probably could have retired that one.
McGowan was.
That's how they say snorkel in Australia. It's a snookle.
He was taken to Haggerstone Island where a friend, a fireman, administered
Easy, my snookle was wiggling.
first aid until an emergency helicopter arrived to take him to a nearby hospital. He said that he was treated for lacerations to his scalp and puncture wounds to his head and
Save
hand.
my snookle.
Yeah. Ultimately, McGowan said he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Snookle.
Yeah.
Wow.
Snookle.
Gross.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file this morning, my friend. Casey looks like he's going to give me something to give
Yeah,
away.
you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a snookle for you.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Actually, I have a Creed 3 Blu-ray combo pack. And
If you win this match, I'm going to buy you a snookle.
I'll take caller number 15 at 215-263-WMMR. Michael B. Jordan is back as Adonis Creed, and you can own it now. So we'll set up caller number 15 with that 215-263-WMMR. Speaking of fighters, we got one coming in here in a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Professional wrestler, WWE superstar Drew Gulak, and a Philly native is going to be joining us in a little while. Philly, right?
Yeah.
Philly.
Montgomery County.
And around the area.
So anywhere along the snookle.
Yeah.
Snookle
I
River.
forgot it's a river through here.
Snookle.
We'll come back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Also stole a 10-inch dildo and a 4-ounce bottle of Doc Johnson's Joy Juice lubricant.
Hi, I'm Doc Johnson. You have trouble in the sack? Think you get a little chafed?
With more than 60 stores, Cerullia's, where romance finds fantasy, describes itself as one of the nation's largest and fastest-growing specialty retail chains.
Oh, Sorelli is where romance finds fantasy. May I help you? Yeah, we got about 50 different types of dildos. Come on in. It's romantic. Yeah, we have this thing. It's a dildo attached to a jackhammer. Very romantic.
Founded in 1992.
You'll be whisked away on this piece of hardware. It's going to tear your bunghole out. Romance is the name of the game here. It really is. We got a pneumatic drill with 12 rotating dildos on it. Very romantic.
It doesn't sound that romantic.
Paris in springtime.
It's where romance
Have you
finds...
walked along the Champs-Elysees?
It's where romance
Did you ever
finds...
see American in Paris with Gene Kelly and Leslie Caron? Very much like that. What is it? Oh, it's a bazooka that shoots dildos. Like walking with your lovely one along the sand.
This guy says he's a proper pronunciation.
He's trying.
I got to give him that. All right, so anyhow, founded in 1992, the firm offers an impressive collection of lingerie, vibrators, and adult toys, and romance essentials.
Romance essentials.
The description prompted one cop to...
Yeah, it's like what Wolverine wears, except the blades are dildos. It's very romantic. Very, very romantic.
The description prompted one cop to identify a possible subject by name and suggest that a fellow officer sit by the man's residence. He said, if he shows up, quote, you'll be looking for 2 dildos and a bottle of lotion. Raven Simone and Annalise Vanderpool, who have been great friends since meeting on the set of That's So Raven, returned to the sequel series, Raven's Home.
Raven's Hole?
At Raven's Home, H-O-M-E.
Because I would have watched the first one.
Bold new step on the Disney Channel.
Raven's Hole.
Tonight after 11 p.m., Raven's Hole.
Disney After Dark.
A lesbian unchained. That's so Raven.
Here, Isaac Ryan Brown.
Raven's Hole.
You know what we should find, Steve? We should find some audio from old classic porn trailers.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were just like that.
Absolutely.
Raven's Hole premieres tonight at 10 on Disney Channel.
Raven's Hole.
New video and images show what it was like inside a Philadelphia-bound jetliner that encountered severe turbulence on Saturday. In video taken by Los Angeles area ophthalmologist Evan Fang, the captain can be heard saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. We really apologize for the unexpected bump. We were expecting some light turbulence."
We're gonna die! We are gonna die! I didn't need to become a pilot. I'm good at math.
Wow.
I had career options, and here I am. I'm gonna die with you losers.
Wow.
No, he said it was
unexpected.
Totally unexpected.
A few minutes ago, I made some statements that were absolutely inappropriate, and I sincerely apologize.
We asked our captain to make an assessment, make sure everybody is okay. Again, we sincerely apologize. We don't anticipate any more of that. We want to make sure, as always, that you keep your seatbelt fastened.
Always, man. Listen, I flew a lot on our vacation. We took several flights, and unfortunately, I've drilled it into my kid's head. I'm like, you keep that seatbelt on no matter. You never know. I mean, it could be, it could just be a sudden, quick drop of a few feet, and boom, you hit your head on the ceiling. It doesn't take much.
Well, that's what this was.
Yeah.
I've seen the stewardess on one flight. I clearly remember she actually held on to the 2 seats and her feet lifted off the ground. I'm like, it's always when they're not putting that up for the hell of it.
Nope.
Fang shot the footage taken inside.
Thank you, Fang.
American Flight 759, just after the plane shook and dropped in extreme turbulence.
Handed the camera to Uncle Fester.
I actually had a friend in college named Fang.
Flight attendants had just started serving drinks and people, beverages, and anything that was loose in the cabin went flying. 3 passengers and 7 crew members were injured. 2 flight attendants were the first to be treated by doctors on board. One suffered a dislocated shoulder, and the other had fallen and hit her head and shoulder.
Wow.
Dr. Fang says that he worked with 2 other doctors to make sure that there were no major injuries.
Dr. Fang.
Yes. Cousin, it was okay, though. Yeah, nothing. Nothing ended up happening. Wow.
They made sure that there were no... Oh,
I would like some of my potion, please.
The grog going back with the steam coming out of it.
Right.
This is for you, Mr. Fang.
They made sure that there were no major injuries and that the injured were stabilized.
Just the way I like it.
We're going to get through this.
No.
First day back, man. We got to have some fun.
I got it. FAA officials say the flight crew reported severe turbulence while flying over the North Atlantic Ocean. The flight had taken off from Athens, Greece.
According to the polling website, Ranker, there's some good polls on there.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll check it out from time to time.
Better than state slogans, right? We found out?
Yes. But they have come up with the sexiest accent in the world.
Is it different for men and women?
You know what? I was trying to figure that out. I didn't see anything about gender
So it's just one.
breakdown. So, yeah. Okay. Because I think it might make a difference between men and women.
Yeah.
It's in general, yeah.
The accent that I find, one of the accents I find sexiest is not so. I wouldn't see it being so for men, but women, I find this accent sexy. So anyhow,
all right.
What do you find, Kathy? Is there a certain accent that you find attractive if you hear it?
Man.
That's just kind of like, ooh.
You know what? I like them all. Like I do like Australian. I like you know
like that. It's sort of very. To me, it always seems difficult to be Australian. And talks like if you talk like us, it'd be a lot easier.
And then maybe an Italian man speaking English with his,
yes,
with
penis
his Italian
out.
accent.
Not with his penis out.
Hey, take a look at this. It's a Johnson. It's right there for you to touch, eh?
According to this website, number one sexiest accent in the world is the Irish accent.
Oh, wow.
I love a British accent as well. So in that general area, British, Scottish, Irish, though there is certainly distinct differences.
I'll tell you what, I have a few friends that are Irish from Ireland, and sometimes it is hard to understand what they're saying.
We were just listening to Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah.
And obviously she was in a desperate state when we were listening to her audio back and trying to determine what she was saying.
But while talking to these guys, sometimes there's a pause in the conversation as my mind is trying to process what they. I'm like, okay, all right, yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, and
there
especially
are flying squirrels in the Poconos. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What were you saying?
The second sexiest is a Spanish accent.
Yeah.
I like that. I almost said Spanish.
Now,
too.
I don't know if that means Latino.
My Spanish professor in college, I love the way she talked when she spoke English because she was from Madrid, but she had an English accent because she had learned her.
Was it sexy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear God.
Ooh, your gym shorts are muy bueno.
Nick, I have a question
Did
for
you just come from playing one of your sports? I love the little boy sweat on you.
Sounds kind of manly.
You look like a little girl. In your little diving shorts with your not yet formed body hair.
But actually, I wouldn't mind hearing from people who do have accents. It might be transplants or have never been able to shake that accent.
Give me your sexiest accent, right?
Give us a call at 215-263-WMMR, and let's hear you speak a little bit, and let's see how that sounds, and especially if there's any Scottish ladies listening. I want to hear that. Or Spanish.
Preston, I'm sitting here on my speaker when you talk. Vibrating my lady bits.
So the third place, so you have Irish is first, according to Ranker, sexiest accent in the world. Irish is first, followed by Spanish, then Aussies, Kathy. So the Australians, and then Italians. So that's right where you lie.
Yeah.
Oh, you're batting 1,000.
In sixth place is the former champion, the French accent. And so like Sebastian Letou, who used to come in here.
Mm-hmm.
He has the very, very best French accent. And would you find that?
For me, not as much as the others, yeah.
All right.
I'm going to make a pee-pee in the bed.
Right after that, in seventh place, is the Swedish accent. Where I just got back from Sweden.
And we think of it very much like, very lyrical.
In fact, I couldn't really give you a good representation of what
there are subtleties. It's more like,
right. It's a lot like that.
Yeah, exactly. In casual conversation, so those are the subtleties that you don't pick up.
Nuances.
The nuances. You can hardly tell.
So followed by Swedish is Japanese. In eighth place for sexiest.
Yes. Now, I wonder if it goes for both men and women, and that's the case we're wondering about the delineation here, because I think there is a sing-songy, lilting quality to a female Japanese.
I would say no for
men. I do. I'm doing a stereotypical.
Yeah, but the thing of it, but Japanese. When we were in Sweden, we were getting ready to fly back, so we were in the international terminal, and there's people from all over the world that are flying in and out. And a group of Japanese came by and very loud.
Yes.
Very loud speaking. They were just having casual conversation. The language itself is just very brash.
Yeah.
And it sounds almost like they're being rude to each other.
Like they're arguing about something, and they're just having regular conversation.
Yeah,
so
it's like, hey, a Cinnabon.
And that's what they're saying.
Hungry?
And a lot of and they're they're pausing their our version of and stuff like that is like
my memoir.
All right, thanks, Kath. We love having our next guest in the studio. He is here today, and there is a seminar, a wrestling seminar that's taking place tonight that you can partake upon if there's any space left. We'll find out about that in a second, but please welcome the walking torture device himself, Drew Gulak is with us.
Hey, guys.
Or Drewlak, as you've been called before.
Yes, that is a way to combine both my names.
Yes.
My name.
Good to see you, first of all.
Thanks.
And
good to see you guys.
You did this seminar last night as well?
Yeah. This is like last minute kind of word of mouth thing. We had some people. I'm opening a wrestling school in Philadelphia.
Wow.
Yes.
Whoa. Awesome.
Thank you.
It's the perfect. Listen, obviously this is a storied area when it comes to wrestling, and there's there's already other schools, but I mean the more the merrier, because it seems to be a steady stream of people who are now interested in getting into it.
Yeah, I think the timing is right. I obviously I grew up in the area, and I trained in South Philly for most of my wrestling career to get ready to get the opportunities that I've had.
You trained with Mike Cumberbatch?
Mike Quackenbush, out of Chikara. Chris Hero
names.
at the time.
Okay.
Luchador by the name of Skida, who was very well known for his skill in like technical wrestling. And I also trained at Combat Zone Wrestling over in Deptford when I was in high school.
So you have sort of a Swiss Army knife of different aspects of wrestling.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let the commentators know.
No, that's excellent. So, what's the projected? Is it still in its very amorphous stages, or?
Yeah. The process started. I've been looking for like the last year or two, just kind of trying to find the right location. I settled on one up in Harrogate, in the city. And
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Harrogate.
Harrogate is right next to like Port Richmond, in between like Port Richmond and Kensington area.
Okay. What do they call that? Like Port Fishington these days?
Is that like you combining names? Again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a name combiner, Gulak. Yeah. Drulak.
Yeah. So Harrogate technically is the neighborhood.
Okay.
But yeah, it's I have a ring in a building right now. They just finished the bathroom. Yesterday was my first day getting to use that,
Wow,
which was
man.
Nice.
pretty nice, right?
Last time you can take a leak at your
You go figure.
business, yeah.
Things you take for granted, right?
Christening it, yeah.
But the last few trips I've been coming up like every other week, and I've been holding these seminars. They've just been word of mouth. I decided to throw some graphics online, which thank you for the plug. I appreciate
of course.
that. So just small groups. I'm helping independent wrestlers right now, just kind of, basic training kind of stuff.
That's excellent.
Yeah. Listen, I don't. Wrestlers weigh a lot, right? Like there are probably not many professional wrestlers that weigh under 200 pounds. And when I see somebody coming off of the top turnbuckle, even the second turnbuckle, what is that collision like when you're coming down onto the canvas? Because I don't know what I don't.
It's all in the technique.
Okay.
And how you learn to disperse your weight and the timing, and also like the strength of your muscular system to support things like whiplash, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which, not a lot of people think about that kind of stuff.
Is the ring itself, the ground, the floor part of the ring, has it got some spring to it?
So it has suspension.
Okay.
The ropes kind of pull from the top. Mine is a 20-foot ring. I think it's the only one in the city. It's a 20-footer, which is a standard for WWE.
Okay.
Most independent wrestling rings are either 16-foot or 18-foot.
Okay.
So it feels like an ocean of canvas when you're in there. But it pulls from the top together, and then underneath I have cross cables that pull from the bottom, and that creates kind of this effect where if you see someone running the ropes, the ring kind of does
wow.
this.
Yeah.
If you look carefully where it opens up. So you have a little suspension, but it's not like cushions or springs. Like
It's still got to effing hurt if you catch it the wrong way, no matter how well you're trained. And you listen, that's in this performance. You're up close, and yet we've had the benefit of being up close ringside. For a couple of times, all of us, I think. There's a lot of injuries that take place that not even the TV camera will catch. Yeah. And it's like, oh man, these dudes are they're getting injured and bleeding for this presentation.
Yeah, it can be. There can be like serious acute ones. I think more popular in the last 20 years to talk about has been kind of the longevity process and the wear and tear.
Right.
Of things.
I just mainly the reason I asked about the floor on the ring was, do you guys remember the earthquake?
Yeah.
And he would do that that jumping up and down thing would shake the entire ring.
His son is our timekeeper at WWE.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, my
yeah,
God.
he's incredible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, so one of the more interesting journeys I ever took on YouTube was it was a collection of when wrestlers saved other wrestlers, lives, essentially when something had gone wrong in the ring and you as the competitor, you knew that this dude was either coming down on his neck or back or whatever. And so you as the regular viewer, you don't necessarily know what is transpiring.
Right.
But, they're like,
If
okay,
it's
well,
part of the performance.
This is where the mistake happened, and this is where Drew Gulak actually saved this dude from breaking his neck. And I mean, I don't know how
We're not
often-
supposed to, tell you guys.
Yeah.
that,
Right.
if it becomes a glaring part of the story as it unfolds, sure.
Right.
But
And how often has it happened in your career where somebody actually really got hurt, and then and how did they let you know? They're like, dude, I think I just tore my ACL.
So, luckily with like knee injuries, very rarely. Those have happened in practice quite a bit.
Okay.
Just because the nature of how training works sometimes.
Is it a lot of neck stuff?
I've had a guy once. Oh, I'm trying to think where we were. It might have been York, Pennsylvania, or like somewhere in Maryland. But an opponent, it was in Maryland. An opponent of mine just did a basic technique, and however the way he landed, he bumped his eye on something, and I think he was on top of me for the cover, and he was like, "My eye's out." And I was like, "Your eye's out," and I'm still trying to tell the audience we're wrestling here.
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, my eye's out," and I was like, do you want to take it home? Do you want to end this, right? And he's like, no, give me a second. I'll push it back in. We're good.
Oh my
God.
God. It literally popped out?
It wasn't like dangling,
But it was like,
protruding.
Protruding.
Oh,
and,
God.
and I think, thank goodness I didn't like see it too much because I was trying to act also. Yeah, we got through it.
Jesus.
So that was one.
But you know what? It's not as bad as you would think, because there was a
That
Nick-
one sticks out.
Well, the guy who played for Villanova, was it Foy or whatever?
Randy Foy.
His eye got poked, and like it was because it was in the NCAA tournament, and you literally you see his eyeball like pop out of his skull.
No,
Dude, he finished the rest of
like
the
a
game.
movie. Like
Yeah.
You got to check out. I think when your eye blows out of your skull, it's probably time to say, can I take 5 here?
But that's why it's so important to go to a school, right? And to get your proper training, because people need to know, like, okay, this is where things can go south, and you need to have proper training. I took a couple of Brazilian jiu-jitsu classes, and when I was at the end of the class, you end up sparring with these people, and I'm like, I'm a transparent belt. That's how, I'm not even a white belt. It's clear and see-through. But I was doing these things, and these guys are like, okay, you're not supposed to do this right now. Like, don't use your fingers and don't do this, because me as a novice, like, I don't know that I could potentially hurt somebody.
Well, they say statistically, Penn and Teller did one of their BS shows about how you're more likely to get injured training for the martial art or your black belt than actually having to use it in a fight and get injured because you have to know what you're doing, and a lot of people don't,
Yeah, I agree completely with that.
Drew, you mentioned Earthquake's son has a job in wrestling now, and I'm curious, like, if there are schools for people who, if they're not going to make it as a wrestler, can they become a referee, or like, are there ways to get into WWE that you might not think of otherwise, where there are potential jobs, or like if you just love the industry, something that you would like to do, and end up being like what Earthquake's son is actually doing nowadays?
Yeah, that's a common question, and I think. I focus so much on the in-ring training.
Yeah.
And I've seen like a lot of referees, for example, they start out as wrestlers
Okay.
and they transition to more of the referee role. But, it depends on what job you're training for and like how to become heavily specialized in that area. So for example, with WWE, we have a lot of backstage correspondents that do interviews and stuff like that. And not a lot of them, I mean, there's a few, but not a lot of them come from like a pro wrestling background. A lot of them are from news or sports or some other form of media, where
Right.
they can use those talents to kind of add to the broadcast.
So they're fans and they gravitate towards it from those.
Sometimes they're fans. Sometimes they're like, okay, I'll try this job out, and the opportunity works out, and then they become fans over time.
Right.
Or, you know, they learn to love the product.
I think the referees need a little bit more schooling because I've noticed that like they get distracted very easily.
Yeah, man, I bring this point up all the time.
Yeah.
It seems
never
they're
look
looking
at
in
the
the wrong
direction I need them
direction
to at the right time.
It's almost like they're not. Someone told them to do something. I'll tell you this though, it's
Get
still
that going, Casey boy.
bang for the buck. It's still awesome. I mean, you know, and that's why, like here, it always does very well. I wanted to ask you about you trained Logan Paul.
Yeah,
right. And I was watching footage, and I'm like, and you think the usual reactions to go, here's another guy, a pretender, and yet I saw him in the ring, and then the other wrestlers were kind of saying, yeah, no, he really. He's committed, and they did a jump across the ring. I forget who he was wrestling at the time, and there was a slap at him. I mean, he was selling it hardcore. What's your takeaway from Logan Paul and what he invested in this aspect of his career?
We've had this string of celebrities that have come in between him, Bad Bunny, and Pat McAfee.
Yeah,
and all three of them extremely different backgrounds. You know. Logan happens to be like a fantastic athlete.
Yeah.
He was a fan of wrestling, and he wanted to have a good showing. He wanted to look good when he was in there, and we had a really good team to help him train.
How did you approach his training? When you take somebody who's maybe athletic but a complete neophyte when it comes to this stuff, where do you start?
Yeah, I think with him, we had the first time I got to work with him was to get him ready to wrestle Roman Reigns in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
So it was a collaboration between his camp and me and Hurricane Helms, who's been serving as like his head coach and his liaison. And with me, it was more about the moments in between the technical moves, because he's such a good athlete. He can springboard off the top rope and hit a drop kick, no problem.
Wow.
You know, that took me a while to kind of get good at that stuff. So I was very focused on the minute details of like, what face are you going to make in midair when you're flying at this guy?
Right, yeah.
Stuff that, you necessarily don't put a lot of thought into if you're like, I'm going to flip on my friend,
Yeah.
And he's been able to take that and kind of like understand that and apply that to the showmanship side of what we do. And I think that's what has elevated his performance.
Yeah, the Bad Bunny thing blew me away too. That guy, yeah, and he's in great shape, and he's not pretending. He loves it.
Yeah, he really does have a passion for it. You know, Triple H is his favorite wrestler. He got to.
Drew, do you work on your facial expressions?
Maybe not consciously.
Yeah,
yeah.
But do you have specific ones, like rage and?
So I do the Sam Eagle face. You know who Sam Eagle is from the Muppets?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Sam Eagle's hero.
The one action figure I was fortunate enough to have is that face.
Your avatar on Instagram is kind of like you doing that a little bit, like growling a little bit. A little Sam Eagle. Yeah. We follow each other on Instagram, and every time I see your face pop up, I'm like, he might be a little angry at me. I don't know if I did something wrong.
I think I got to update that picture, man. I was looking the last time I visited. It's the same.
So were you training Steve Austin recently?
Oh man, that was crazy. So last WrestleMania was not this one, but the one prior. I wasn't scheduled to appear on the show or really have any role. I got a call at the beginning of the week, said, "Hey Drew, we'd like you to come out to WrestleMania this year." It wasn't on my schedule, so I'm like, okay, cool. Last minute booking, no big deal. It's like, yeah, what do you guys want me to do? He's like, well, we'd like you to come and train with Steve, to get him ready. I'm like, Steve? And he's like, Steve Austin. And I'm like, yes, of course. I didn't know what he meant. If he meant like he just needed me there to coach him a little bit to watch. But
what did you end up doing?
I got to the hotel. They have a practice ring at those events because it's huge.
Yeah.
In the hotel, and I walked in, and it was just myself waiting there with one of our medics, and then he just comes strolling in, just like I pictured him.
Yeah.
I've seen him hundreds.
You had
of
never
times
met him
as a
before?
kid. We had met once at the Raw 25 anniversary in Brooklyn, very briefly. But I'd never really had a formal hey brother, that kind of situation with him. The coolest guy in the world. We wound up wrestling for like an hour, just me and him in the ring.
man.
That's pretty. We've had him on the show, because he's had multiple reality shows, contests.
Yeah, sure.
And he's always been a great guest. The time that I got to be basically ringside was WrestleMania, his return, I believe it was. He was freaking amazing. The crowd went insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a legend. He was the biggest star at the time. You know what? There's arguments that he still is, one of the biggest stars in wrestling, if not the biggest, at the time. Just based on like merchandise sales and stuff like that. Just what an impact. So I got to work with him for an hour, and then the next day do it again. And he hadn't wrestled in like 19 years.
Wow. Really?
So it was a completely different approach to like doing any kind of training, because I had a guy who I looked up to, growing up, and was at the top, the tippy top of the game.
Yeah.
And like my goal was basically to get him warmed up. And try to get him ready. And he went out there and they crushed it.
Well, you're talking about Steve Austin, but he hasn't done it in a while. So are you take it easy on him? That type of thing, or
it's not. It was a situation where it's like I have to not push him to the point where it's like I'm doing anything crazy.
Right.
I have to be respectful to him to see, because his generation they worked very hard, and he specifically works extremely hard, and he prided himself on working very hard. He was more worried about like getting tired or anything out there, just because he hasn't done it in so long.
Yeah.
And his mechanics were just awesome.
Wow.
Yeah.
Casey had asked earlier about taking the jump and landing onto the ground off the top turnbuckle and all that. I did a little bit of martial arts training, and we flirted around with some judo and and did some throws and things like that. And I found actually some of those moments when you are getting thrown, it's kind of fun. Actually. Are there some moves? Are there specific ones that are kind of you get a kick out of doing it when you're the victim in it? You're being thrown. It's kind of fun. It seems like. Maybe not.
Getting thrown now to me sounds like not a fun time. It's just part of what we do. I'm trying to think, like maybe like some of I rarely get to do aerial offense.
Yeah.
It's kind of like my thing to not do aerial moves.
Oh, really?
But I kind of see why it's fun.
Okay.
So you sort of dig that.
Yeah.
I remember years ago, I used to, and I could do it on any hard floor where I'd do a full flip, and someone had taught me how to do it.
Wait, what?
I wouldn't even, you could do a full flip, and with your arms sort of slow down your roll. I never got hurt doing it.
What's this special technique I've never heard about?
I wouldn't even try it now because it'd be dead in a second. But it was apparently an old move that was sort of used a lot. Stuntmen used it, I guess.
Sure.
And I'm like, no, and it was fun to do the flip, but I could see after time wear and tear.
You're talking straight up jump, flip, full impact. You're not talking
Flip
roll
yourself.
through.
Roll up to a standing position.
Okay, because
So
what I'm used to doing is
basically
flipping and
landing on your face.
No, okay, that I would not do. No, but it was fun, that sort of stuff.
Okay, it's tumbling. Right when you're a kid, you tumble.
He mentioned stuntman. Is stuntman ever something you had considered when you were getting into this physical side of things as a living?
I like the showmanship part of it too. Not nothing to take away from stuntmen. You know, their job is crazy, and I think that they should be probably more well regarded in that situation.
Agreed.
Just for the amount that they put on they add to the performances.
Yeah.
I've had friends that have done stuntman training. I've had a buddy of mine was Sick Nick Mondo in Combat Zone Wrestling. He's known for like flying through barbed wire tables and getting smashed with glass and crazy stunts. He left wrestling after 3 years, made a very big impact on the independent scene, and he became a stuntman because he was heavily interested in film and writing and directing and stuff.
Right.
And he's done that kind of work through. In Atlanta, they have a huge film scene. And he's doing TV bits here.
Marvel's down there
stuff.
constantly.
Yeah. And they have techniques too that we can borrow from.
You can borrow. Yeah. The guy, the director and writer, creator of the John Wick series is his former Keanu Reeves stuntman, body double for a lot of this stuff. So
yeah.
It's a different kind of thing. The actor Frank Grillo, who is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and is a really competent guy, we've had him on the show, and he says, by far the stunt guys are the real deal. He says, I can't, they're out on a whole nother. It's like you saw the Tarantino film Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Right, I'm sure with it where Brad Pitt is playing. It's apparently an actual encounter that took place between a stuntman and Bruce Lee. And
That's why I read conflicting things on that.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a cool scene.
It is a very cool
I
scene.
know that the word was that Bruce Lee did get aggressive with stuntmen, and they didn't like to work with him. And this is on like the Green Hornet. Now, in the Hong Kong movies were a little bit different, where it was sort of, expected that you would go, you'd really get a little more physical. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Those guys are designed for that.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have a certain kind of crazy little daredevil side.
Yeah. Kind of like getting into wrestling, too. I would imagine
Oh, yeah.
a little bit of crazy in there, but definitely you want to be trained properly,
Absolutely.
for
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
So about the seminar that's going on tonight, how can people get in on that?
So it's open to anyone who is already a trained professional wrestler. So if you happen to be an independent wrestler in the area or someone who wants to brush up on their skills, I'm looking for people who have at least a year of experience, give or take, or have debuted at their home promotion or school. You can just simply reach out to me on social media. You should probably already have my contact information. If you don't, it's just at Drew Gulak. Twitter and Instagram is probably the best way to get a hold of me.
You looking to sort of amass your staff, your teaching staff?
I have a good crew set. It's more about scheduling now. 'Cause
Okay.
some of the guys travel for other shows.
Right. No, I think it's awesome. I think
Thanks.
congratulations, man. That's
Thank
really
you.
cool.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So we'll be seeing you more then if you've got this school up and running around here, right?
I've been here every other week.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, for the last 3 or 4 months. So
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been really great to be back.
Nice.
We'll all come down and we'll learn wrestling from you.
Yo,
Yeah. And we're going to open it. We're
want to. I will make sure no one gets hurt. I can do some stuff.
Well, we definitely want to see you at WrestleMania 40 in Philadelphia.
Yes. Huge, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's got to happen.
Yeah.
You've got to be a part of that.
Thank you.
Let's
Who do we
it.
call?
All right.
Well, the internet.
All right, we'll call the internet. Dear internet.
Hey, I just happen to have its number.
All right, well, listen, we got to take a break, but it is great to see you, Drew. Thanks
Thank
for
you
being
guys
here.
so much for having me.
Love it. Anytime, please. Drew Gulak, guys. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have a composer, Laura Karpman, who's going to be joining us when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
On 93.3 WMM.
93.3 WMMR presents
It's not even the smell that's making me gag. It's Preston gagging.
What are they doing down at Ben? Come over here.
God. No, I'm not gonna come over there.
Come on over.
I'm going to work it.
All right.
He hasn't even opened it all.
All right, so I'm going to do it. All right, I'm going to complete it.
No, don't!
Dude, it's...
I don't think you
I'm
need
doing it. Look at my eyes.
Stop it. Dude,
You sprayed it all over the studio.
shot in the face!
Oh, I got shot in the face.
Literally just
It's like a Viking.
I'm so glad I'm over here.
Why did you do that?
Because it's the Viking way, Nick.
It's on Nick's beard. It's
on?
stuck in Nick's beard.
God.
Oh my God. And it's Christ. It's on your head.
Okay, I can't.
We made a commitment.
I can't.
Smell.
I already did.
Okay.
I already did.
Because I'm not breathing out of my nose right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I can't. I've
Do you
already
want me to
gagged
open it with the top?
No, don't
I'll
open
do
it
it
anymore. Don't open
I
it
swear
anymore.
to God, I'll do it.
Don't open it anymore, dude.
No.
I need a bath.
Don't open it anymore.
I think Nick needs to go home.
I can't believe
Do you know what this smells like?
Sorry.
Awesome,
All right,
right?
I'm going to say it. A really old hooker.
She smells better.
Oh, my God. I'm bizarrely enough, I'm
love
okay.
old hookers.
The durian might be a little worse for me than this.
Impressive. Steve, when you open that again and I watch it spray,
Oh my God.
sprayed all over you.
I got it in the face, man.
Casey, it's stuck in Nick's
Somebody
beard.
get him a tissue or something.
No, you need to go. You
I
need
got
to
the baby wipes.
sanitize your face.
It's like a
somewhere.
bad porn movie.
Look, there are people on the other side of the glass that are holding stuff up to their noses.
Oh, you guys can smell it?
All right.
Connor, can you smell it?
Wet them. Connor, can you wet it?
Yeah, wet it, Connor.
I need.
Oh my God.
Yeah, use
Chuck came down the hall. He's covering his nose.
We have to leave this studio.
No, I think we're okay.
I don't think so.
All right, you guys
You
can
got
leave.
stuff shoved in your nose, dude.
Listen.
You can smell it in my
Man
office.
up.
I came prepared, guys.
Preston, everybody. I'm too far gone. You can leave. I'll handle it. There's no hope for me, but save yourselves.
Seriously.
All right. Get it off my head.
Wait,
Dude.
Chuck, you can smell it down
You can
the
smell it
hall.
you can smell it in my office. Yeah.
Are you kidding?
And our doors are shut.
Yeah, don't open the door.
So let's get this out of here then.
We've been.
Are we getting this out of here?
We're under quarantine now. What did you say, Antonina?
She wants to eat it.
No.
Who is eating it?
All right, give me a fork. Give me a fork. Let's get this done.
Give me a gun.
Give me a fork.
Because I want to die.
Give Steve a fork.
Give me a fork. I'll goddamn eat this, but I want it out of here after I do that.
Hold on, I'll get you a fork.
Give me something. I'm not going to lick it off the can.
Why not? Oh, God.
Yeah.
There you go. I got a fork for you, buddy.
All right.
This is.
Do it like the Vikings. Take it with the finger. Just shove it in.
Do it like a Viking?
It smells so bad.
I want you. All right.
This is so much worse than I'd anticipated.
What?
Oh, my.
And it's popular?
Lord.
Preston, you're sweating.
Oh, it's stringy.
I can't believe you're eating it.
Preston, watch Steve eat it.
Oh God! I can't even walk.
Oh, it's dripping off the
I'm in
floor.
horror.
Steve, I can't believe you're going to do this.
All right. Well, you know.
Don't. I might throw up just from you eating it. My nose is running. Oh my God!
I feel like. Oh, God.
Oh my God! He ate it! He ate it! and now he's slamming water. I need a tissue. My nose is running.
My nose is running.
All right. So you want to know what it's like?
You see this booger hanging out of my nose?
Ew, yes. This whole thing is so disgusting.
It's like having the devil finish in your mouth.
Oh my God!
Kind of salty, right?
Oh.
Yes, insanely salty.
God. Oh, my God.
Listen to you laughing, you malicious Swede, you. All right.
What are we going to do? Like, what are we going to do?
We got to get it out of here now.
Gotta get it out of here.
We got to get it out of here now.
You have like a small
Give me some
shot
gloves.
glasses so you can take a shot.
Oh, get out of here.
No,
Get
there's
the hell outta
no.
here.
What we really need to start doing is just like getting hair and burning it, and like anything else that
Smells bad?
That smells bad.
There are look on the counter. There are splatter patterns here. Do you see this?
Yes.
And we gotta clean this up.
I'm gonna put this in this baggie now.
Thank you. Thank God.
Now.
Stuck on Nick's beer.
I can't believe we did this. This smell is going to linger in here for a month.
I know.
All right, it is in the baggie. I'm sealing it up.
We should try to light matches.
Listen to her laugh.
We should have done this in Bill's office.
It still would have made it down here.
Yeah, it would have been.
It would have been better, Steve.
Would have been better than this.
How do you seal this, Preston?
Oh, Marissa's starting to spray
Fine.
the
Blue and red make purple.
Hang on a second. I think you got it. Steve. Oh no, wait. Here we go.
Holy God Almighty!
That's inhuman.
I cannot listen, and I'm telling everyone listening to this, we are not even remotely kidding.
Oh my God!
It is. It instantly flushed the entire studio with an incredibly powerful, salty, pungent stink.
I can't. I have no words to describe that as far as to give you an idea of what it didn't smell like rotting, like like a dead fish out in the sun or anything like that. It's something. It's far more foul. And there's some on this microphone.
It's sprayed
It's
everywhere.
right there. Oh.
Listen, here's the deal.
We're in the studio.
We had to open it a little bit more. Did I know it was going to explode in my face? No, I did not know that.
At its best, it smelled like rotten tuna fish.
All right, so
it's worse
if
than
you need
that.
to clear up, I'll
At
clean
its
this.
best.
But we got to get this out of here.
All right, we do, and we got to go live on Fox here in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to take a break and come back, or
Let's do this now.
I'm going to come around there so we can. So hang on, clean up.
I think we need to take a break and come back in like a day or so.
Right here.
This is awful.
I think we just earned some vacation.
All right, everyone, let me. I'll take it for you here.
I'm
are you
absolutely
doing?
shocked
Just remember.
that I didn't puke. I came really close
You were
several times.
gagging big time.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you, I guess, Antonina.
All right, so when that conversation was wrapping up, Nick, you went, oh.
A didgeridoo is a brass instrument.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh.
There are some brass instruments made out of wood, like the alphorn, the cornet, the serpent, and the didgeridoo.
I know what the serpent is, but I've never heard
Coronets are made out of?
But
cornet. I don't know that one, Steve.
I don't think it's a coronet. I think, it's a cornet. It looks like something.
Never heard of that.
And they were
No, neither have
also
I.
text coming through that said that a lot of high school marching band instruments now are made out of plastic, which is way cheaper.
Yeah, I would have been.
That Notre Dame?
Let's hear Run Around Sue, everybody.
I'm not really playing anything.
Sure you are.
I would imagine like maybe clarinets and things like that are made out of a plastic. My recorder is made out of a
There you
See?
go.
Yeah.
That's made out of ivory from
No, it's not.
illegally poached elephants.
Right. And a one, and a two, and a...
Hey!
They don't have drums, they just have hands.
Well, how do you
hand
make
line.
Now, Preston, are the drums made out of brass?
The drum shells are made out of wood usually, but they have a metal
detector.
No. Believe we are ready. Is everyone prepared for the ritual?
Yes.
We are.
Let
All
us
right.
begin.
Welcome, all here today who seek rebirth, to this most sacred celestial event, the solar eclipse. In attendance today are the Council of Elders, being the overlords and lawgivers. They are myself, High Priest Steve, High Priest Preston, High Priest Casey, High Priest Nick, High Priestess Kathy, and High Priestess Marissa. Hi.
Hi.
And as it was in the ancient times and as decreed by the sacred book, we are joined by semi-naked, semi-virgins, provided by Coven Club Risque. Council of Elders, please provide the proper responses as I read from the sacred text. O mighty Son, known to the ancient Romans as Sol, you are so big.
You are so big.
You are so bright.
You are so bright.
You are very hot.
You are very hot.
Crazy hot.
Crazy hot.
I would not touch you.
I would not touch you.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not stupid.
And although you appear close to us, you are very, very far away. Now, High Priest Preston, would you please join me on my side of the altar where the one microphone with reverb is and prepare us for the cleansing ritual.
As it was in the time before time, the cleansing ritual was meant to appease the sun during its time of eclipse, to offer unto it something so stupid, so pathetic, that it would never be able to bring itself to destroy us. In a moment, the Council of Elders and the semi-naked, semi-virgins will surround the Well of Rebirth, which in many ways resembles the toilet we used for St. Patrick's Day. At this time, the chant of the Ancient One shall be performed, and a baby will be brought forth and bathed in the purifying waters. In many ways, this baby will resemble the doll that High Priest Steve accidentally purchased off of Amazon in the time of darkness. Let us begin to begin again.
And so we have gathered at the Well of Rebirth, as it was done in the dark time of the ancient time, before time, in accordance with hammer time. We begin the chant of the Ancient Ones. She'll be coming around the mountain.
When she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
When she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
When she comes.
High Priestess Kathy, will you now come forward and place the baby in the well of rebirth?
Bricka bracka firecracker zis boom ba. Solar eclipse. Solar eclipse.
Ra, ra,
ra. It is done!
Oh, I feel like I'm born anew. Do you feel it?
I feel cleansed and rebirthed, Steve.
I feel burnt and a little constipated, but I still feel great. I liked how our semi-clad semi-virgin started to burst into dance.
Yes, it was wonderful. At the last moment, at the completion, we had dancing here in the studio. All of us wearing our robes, our cultish robes.
I was impressed, honestly.
It was great. I feel
Kathy,
ready.
You were very good, Kathy.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh my God! All right, so it is, hopefully you joined along at our along in the office, dressed as a druid for our special druid cleansing ritual.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So the Philadelphia Orchestra's Pride concert is coming up on Saturday. Now, Nick, I need verification on this. One piece of copy says Pride concert. The other one says free Pride concert on Saturday.
We better get that straight.
Yeah, it's free.
It's
All
free.
right. Yes, sir.
Oh, well, that is awesome. And, of course, it's for the LGBTQ plus community, celebrating the region's community. And we're excited to meet our next guest. And we are meeting her via our good friend, Michael Giacchino.
Yes.
Because she is a fellow composer and has done tons of stuff, and including kind of heading down that path of Michael into the video game realm, or not the video game, I'm sorry,
Marvel.
the MCU, the Marvel realm, with the What If series and Miss Marvel and so on. And even with video games, the reason I had that on my mind is because I was going to play this music, which is from Halo 3. Video game nerds will recognize this in a heartbeat. Well, she's the one who composed this. And she owns the coolest glasses I've ever seen.
They're awesome.
Via Zoom right now.
Which ones?
Yeah, I know she's wearing 2 pair of them. Please welcome Laura Karpman to the program today. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning. Thanks for the glasses compliments, and I guess I'm glad I'm not on the freeways there around Philadelphia because it sounds pretty gnarly.
Oh, it's so fun. But you're in L.A., so, I mean, come on, man.
Oh, everything's very peaceful here. We never have any traffic.
Right.
No issues whatsoever.
Thanks for getting up early, 6 o'clock your time, joining us on the West Coast. But yes, you're going to be here in Philadelphia this weekend. And are you directing the orchestra? Are you going to be conducting the orchestra?
No, Marin Alsop's going to be conducting the orchestra. Marin's a friend of mine, and she's one of the top conductors of the world, and probably the top female conductor. So she's directing the orchestra, and we're premiering my suite from the upcoming film Marvels.
Wow. That's incredible. I mean, listen, we are thrilled. Obviously, our friendship with Michael means the world with us, but we came in as fans of his music from Lost and video game work and so on and so forth.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, I think when I was a little kid and I'd talk to Michael about this, Laura, is that I would, in addition to getting my, my rock albums and so on and so forth, I acquired soundtracks. I love soundtracks. To consider for that process. Did you have to train yourself to do that, or did you act
Like
It's her birthday
Chuck E. Cheese party promise.
and we've got a special birthday present for you, Kathy.
State your name.
If everybody is ready, we're gonna get something special in here for you, Kathy. Remember how you said you wanted to just not even acknowledge that it was your birthday today and keep things quiet?
That music should sound like. Then you sit at home. I mean, I'm right now in my studio, and you create these pretty thought out orchestral demos using MIDI and synthesizers. You send that over, they come to the studio, you work through that. It's a months long process until the scoring stage. Hopefully everything has been heard and approved, and it's a matter of bringing it to life with the lifelong experience of expert musicians.
Well, I'm sorry, Preston, go ahead.
Well, I'm just this whole profession is just fascinating to me, and one of the things I love about what a composer has to do is not only do you have to come up with the melodies and the counter melodies and things like that, but the orchestration as well. You have to pick the instruments that are going to convey the type of emotion you want to put in them. So if you want to be heroic, you might choose a French horn. If you want to be comedic, you might do a bass clarinet or something like that.
Very good.
But you have all this infinite salad bar of stuff to go and pick and put on the plate. And do you sometimes purposely get creative and take some daring moments with the instrumentation like that?
Yeah, you do. And I think what it is it's very perceptive. You seem to really understand what's going on in the orchestra. You do a combination of almost what's expected. Like you said, heroic is a French horn. I think there's a way that people expect that, and you want to deliver on certain expectations, but in other times you don't want to. You want to do just the opposite. We've talked a lot about Michael, and if you think about like Batman, the Batman, his most recent score. Yes. I mean, that whole thing is based on Ave Maria, right? So that's based on this song that Wait, is it the Joker?
It is the Riddler.
Right.
And
so that is sung in the beginning. It's like this creepy childhood thing. So this beautiful song, Ave Maria, gets corrupted during the course of the score, right? And that's how he approaches, doing something that really defies expectations. And I can't talk about really the score from the Marvels yet because they'll,
they'll send people over there right
You're bugged,
and swoop me away. I don't know what will happen. I'll go to Marvel jail. But
you don't want to go there.
I don't want to go to Marvel jail. No, I want to be on the Go Monopoly board in this particular place. But there are some things in the score that really defy expectations, and so I think it's really, really weighing that, and so you give the audience what they expect, and then at times you give them what they don't expect.
Well, with Ms. Marvel, you have and the soundtrack and the music that you supplied for that. There is Kamala Khan has this heritage and and that she's very proud of, and you incorporate instrumentation that sort of speaks to that, and I assume. It's got to be daunting, to write a superhero theme, as did, the theme that's going to be associated with that hero, and then also to provide some sort of connection to what their story is, It's a lot to juggle, and, in the comic book realm, comic book fans are not very forgiving.
Well, I haven't found that, thank God. I working on What If, which is all, comic book based, which is so great. But the Kamala Khan thing is really interesting because you have this, young woman from Jersey, your neighbor, and who is that? She's an American teenager, but she has a rich cultural heritage. So, and she's a Marvel super fan. So I think you've got kind of these three things that you have to play with. We wanted to give her the dignity of a superhero theme because she's coming into our world. So she has a da-da-da, ba-da-da, that her theme, but also we have to acknowledge her heritage because a lot of the show is about that. So I collaborated with a lot of Pakistani and Indian musicians and worked with them to really make that authentic and also exciting and welcome it to the MCU as well.
Let me ask you, so the difference between that and when you're commissioned by an orchestra to create a piece or to create an operatic piece or something like that, contrast both because your creativity is being called upon, but how do you approach the different projects?
You know, I got to tell you, I like 10 years ago, I might have given you a different answer, but now it's not that different for me. It's really like I approach everything with the same intensity, with the same kind of thoughtfulness. All my film projects, TV projects, and concert music projects, and they're all collaborative. I mean, you know, this idea that you sort of write something for the concert hall and it's your vision solely, and nobody gets to say anything about it. I mean, it's just not true. You know, you want to make sure something works for everybody. So I think that you have to collaborate in all of these circumstances. And I have to tell you, to have the Philadelphia Orchestra play a piece of mine, I mean, that is insane. That's like a childhood dream. You know, it's like, it's crazy. And I'm so excited to come here and to come there and hear that. You know, it's going to be great. Apparently, the concert is like super raucous and really, really fun too. That's what I've heard. So
Cool.
I think we'll have a good time.
Laura, no, we're kind of in the same ballpark because there was a commercial that ran for the Philadelphia Orchestra not that long ago, and it flashed up big flashy headlines like "Amazing," the New York Times, blah blah blah, this and that, and the very last thing said the greatest orchestra in the world, and underneath it said the Preston and Steve Show. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, that's the kind of level that we're talking about here. We're talking about supreme excellence, great traffic reporting, sale on strawberries at Whole Foods. You know, it's all good. It's all good.
Well, it's really funny that you say that, Laura, because, you know, I was not a comic book guy growing up, and then I joined this show, and when Iron Man came out, Preston and Steve were both like, you guys, you got to watch this. And now I don't miss anything that's Marvel related. I love all of it. I consume all of it all the time, including Ms. Marvel, all of the TV shows as well. And the fact that in that show, she went to Avenger Con was so like meta for me. Like, here's this girl who grew up being a quote unquote Marvel fan in a fictional universe, but she's going to something that exists in an actual, in our reality. You know, I found all of it fascinating.
I know, it's crazy. And, you know, Iman Vellani, the actor who plays her, is a crazy Marvel fan, right? She's a huge fan of the comic. And there's more meta, too. The creator of the comic was also the executive producer of the show, whose name was Sana, who's the grandmother's name in the show. And it was very much the story of her life. So it's like real life people living, crossing the vortex into reality, and just trying to keep your head straight with all of it. But that's part of the fun of it. And of course, you know, having worked on What If, where everything is upside down in the MCU, I'm used to the meta, you know, multiverse where anything goes really, and people come back to life, or you know, I don't know, not people, but, you know, superheroes as opposed to people. I mean, that's the thing about Kamala Khan. She's a person, you know, and that's what's so beautiful about that show, I think.
Laura, you had mentioned you're Juilliard trained. You come from the world of classical music. What's your take on some people who have had success in film scoring that didn't come from that world? Randy Newman, Trent Reznor, Trevor Rabin, people like that, and their works. Do you learn from listening to those? Yeah,
I do. And it's you know, I have a pretty deep collaboration with a guy named Raphael Sadiq, who's a major R&B producer. He's done Beyonce and a host of others. And he and I have worked on a lot of shows together, and I have learned so much from him. I've learned so much about song production, about timing. He comes from a completely different musical tradition than I do. And I really admire people and like Trent Reznor, Atticus Ross. You know, they're in immense creativity and kind of turning things on their side. And I think I do learn from them because it helps you sort of take things into in unexpected places, right? If you're listening to a lot of synth work, then you start thinking about, well, gee, is that something I want to incorporate, or how does that work with my material? So I think that, you know, I have a really collegial relationship with a lot of other composers. I really met Michael and got to know him well because we were both governors at the Motion Picture Academy. Okay. And so we hung out, we made some really good things happen. We did a lot for, you know, diversifying the music branch and for changing some rules that made it easier to acknowledge, frankly, the fine work that people like Trent and others are doing.
So not as rigid for them to gain access. I would say, doing reading on you in your earlier years, jazz seems to have figured prominently into your musical education, and then also scatting. Now, is that true? Can you confirm or deny that scatting served a purpose for you in your earlier years?
Okay, it's low, it's the morning. Okay, what do you want? Yes, I can confirm, and I do not deny it. At every, we try to keep the jazz police at bay here in the studio as much as possible, because sometimes they don't like it. But I actually just completed a really excellent movie that's going to come out this fall called American Fiction, which is a jazz score. So that was a real pleasure, and collaborating with great jazz musicians and playing a lot myself. And so I do sneak it out, and my son is a really good jazz guitarist, and so I've been playing and listening a lot with him and helping him along with all this too.
I just can't help but notice the Emmys and the Grammys sitting in the background of your room right there. And
you see the Emmys are dressed in Barbie clothes.
Are they? Okay, because I thought Emmys were supposed to be gold, and they look silver from way back here.
No, they're not silver. They're dressed up in Barbie clothes, and I just felt that they were too naked. And
So it's a beautiful scene behind you with the roaring fireplace and the awards.
It really
it's
is
wonderful.
And listen, this isn't where I was going to go with this question, but they say you can't judge a book by its cover. But the second I saw you and your background, I'm like, I love this lady. You get like a Burberry shirt on. You got two pairs of glasses.
Okay.
But anyway, so I want to ask this because this is like selfishly speaking. I have a daughter who's finishing up her junior year in high school. She's very, very much into the arts. She does musical theater. There's a young girl who's a year younger than her that is talking about Juilliard, who plays a ton of different instruments. She sings, she acts, so she wants to pursue a career in the arts and musical theater. And I know that she's talented, but I'm so scared for her as well, if you understand what I'm saying, because
I do.
She also is an amazing student. And I'm like, but I want to be a supportive parent, but I also want to be a practical parent. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, well, what do I do? Tell me how am I supposed to raise my daughter?
Well, I'm here. That's why I woke up this morning. You have to bring both your daughter and her friend to the concert Saturday, and I want to meet them. Okay.
All right. Yeah, we'll do that.
Secondly, look, I understand your nervousness. There's a fantastic article in yesterday's New York Times about a 24-year-old woman who just got cast in a big Broadway show. She went to LaGuardia in New York, and then she went to University of Michigan, and she's like an astonishing talent. You can't keep talent down.
Right.
And you know, there's always another route if things don't work out. And I have to tell you that like making it, and this concept of what making it is really not right, because living life as an artist is a series of pivots.
Yes.
Right? There's a wall in front of you, and you find a way to go around it. You don't just keep banging at the wall. So, literally, I mean, I started my career doing network television movies, and then they went away, and I got into video games, and then, then I started doing documentaries, and then somehow I got into the MCU. So literally, it's all of these kind of pivots, and your daughter and every young artist will find those as well. And, it's so funny because, of course, we've all been talking about, chatbot and how, artificial intelligence is becoming creative. But when you think about something that your daughter does, it's like handmade.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's very special, and it's never gonna get replaced. It's never, that kind of creativity is really special and needs to be nurtured and watered. And believe me, she sounds like a spectacular kid, and she'll find her way one way or the other. But you support all of those dreams, and she'll, she should go to a good college.
Well, so and that's what we're
that'll
doing
help.
right now. So
Yeah.
you mentioned Michigan, by the way. You guys may not know this, but the BFA at Michigan is like second to none in this country. And we a friend of ours of hers wasn't able to get in there, and he's like the most talented person we know. We're like, that guy didn't get in, And
Well,
so
I'll tell you, I
yeah.
went there as an undergrad, and I gave the commencement speech to the School of Music, Theater, and Dance last, not this year, but the year before, and it was one of the most beautiful experiences of my whole life, giving that speech to those young people, and it's great. Yeah, Michigan is a great musical theater school, and the nice thing about a school like Michigan is that you also have really good non-music classes, non-music theater classes. So, maybe think about that. Like if she's smart, and that was sort of my deal too, is that I went to a good high school, and I guess I'm smart. I think I'm smart.
We would believe that's the case.
No,
Yeah.
You wear two pairs of glasses.
And I had interest. Music wasn't the only thing, but I was driven to do that.
No,
And
that's.
so just make sure she gets good non-arts classes wherever she chooses for college.
Having the joy of listen, if you're drawn to something, you legitimately enjoy it, and your sage advice about if you come up against a wall, figure a way around it. Because in the beginning, for me, it was more television and film were my directions, and then through stand up, I got back into radio, and I'm like, oh my God, I love this. So being able to be fluid and let yourself be seduced by these other things that might speak to you makes a world of difference. It's hard to see that when you're younger sometimes, because everyone's asking you, what do you want to be for the next 70 years?
Yeah.
And it's there's a lot of weight on that.
There's a lot of weight on that. And of course, there's this idea of what making it is. What is making it? Making it is making a living as an artist, which is in itself a miracle. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you teach 8th grade, public school, if you play in a bar, if you scat sing on the weekends, whatever it is you do. If you're making a living as an artist, it's extraordinary and something to be celebrated.
If you're just tuning in, it's composer Laura Karpman who is with us, and the event that she's going to be in town for is at Verizon Hall Saturday, 7 o'clock. It's free. You can go to philaorc.org. So the Philadelphia Orchestra will be there, the Anna Cruces Feminist Choir, Philadelphia Gay Men's Chorus, and the Philadelphia Voices of Pride will be there as well. This is the Pride concert. Have you spent time in Philadelphia before, Laura?
I've had a couple of pieces done there in concert music, and so I've spent a little bit of time there, but I'm really, really looking forward to it this weekend. I'm coming with my family. We're going to hang out and enjoy Philly.
Excellent. That room is one of the nicest rooms literally in the country, probably the world. It's acoustically perfect. It was designed, when you look at it from overhead, to look either like an acoustic guitar or a cello, depending on whom you ask. And you can be on one side of the room, and it's just crystal clear sound all the way on the other side of the room. So not only are we lucky enough to have the Philadelphia Orchestra here in Philadelphia, but we also have rooms and buildings like the Kimmel Center and the Verizon Hall.
No, it's fantastic. I can't wait to go.
Are you still doing any video game work, or is that moved to the side for now?
It's moved to the side, but not really because I wanted it to, but honestly because whenever I would play a video game, even the most basic game, I would instantly get killed. So it's like I would go to the video game conventions and stuff like that, but I couldn't quite pull it off as a gamer. I would love to be a gamer, and it's not because I look down on it, but the truth is I look up at it, and I just completely suck at gaming.
Yes.
And so it even though I know how to write music for games, and there's certain specific things that you got to do, I just haven't focused my attention on it. But I would love to do more games.
Well, it's an amazing thing. You did the EverQuest series as well,
I
did you?
did,
Yeah,
I did.
which is hugely popular.
That's where I got killed instantly. I at first I said no, I can't. I don't know anything about games. They said, come on down. And so I played EverQuest 1, and they said, well, what do you want to be? And I chose wood nymph, which is the I can't even tell you how basic this is in the game. And within 3 seconds, I was dead. And they said, wow, nobody ever dies. And so I decided at that moment that maybe this is one that I can't really pull off, and so I just need to let it be. But I love gaming. I love writing music for games because the developers love music. I mean, they do at Marvel too, but they really appreciate it, and they really let me do my thing for the games that I worked on. And I worked for Sony Online for a year, so I did a lot of music for them. And as you mentioned, I worked on some Halo stuff. I worked on some other games, but it's not something I actively pursue as a career path.
With those accolades in your resume, do you get invited to like Comic-Con panels and things like that?
I do, and I'm actually going to do one this summer that Michael's going to be moderating, so that'll be fun. I think that's more an MCU thing, but I've been to Comic-Con a number of times. Again, a situation where I feel like a little bit of an outsider. Have you ever been?
Yes.
I've been to some conventions before.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, it's just nuts.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. We feel at home, which is, I guess that says a lot about us.
You feel at home. Yeah, and I mean, again, it's like, I guess the Burberry doesn't work as well there. I'm working on that, but I do kind of stick out like a sore thumb, so I don't know.
The glasses fit in.
You can't blend in everywhere, right?
Your credentials are absolutely certified here. I mean, what you've done so far gets you in for life. So,
and by the way,
I do love it. I do love it, even if I don't look it. Let's put it that way.
Looking at several photos of you, we've got a picture of you here in front of Abbey Road on Instagram. I've got another picture of you along with the Marvels, and we have you up on our Zoom. And in all of those, you have 2 sets of glasses. Is this your thing? Is that a signature style for you?
It started out as a really practical thing. Like, these were my sunglasses and these were my regular glasses. But now, like, I put transition lenses in the sunglasses. So it started out as something that was practical just because I wanted to have both glasses easily accessible, because I literally cannot see a thing with glasses. But now, yes, indeed, it has become a thing. And it serves as a good barrette here to hold my hair back. So there are still some practical concerns, but I have to say it's a style thing.
And the size of those lenses, those have to be $1,000 glasses you're wearing there.
You know what? I have my ways.
All right. They're the biggest lenses I've ever seen.
May I suggest that when you come to Philly, add a monocle to that?
That's really good to know. So, in other words, if I add a monocle to this, then everyone will think I'm
They'll
from
say,
Philly.
Completely Philly.
Yes, total Philly.
Completely Philly.
All right, good to know.
Laura, I have a 2-part question. Have you met and spent any time with Brie Larson? And can I meet her, because I love her so much?
I would like to meet and spend time with her. I haven't, but I have spent some time with Iman Vellani, and let me think of who else. Some of the other people from the show, Zenobia, who plays Iman's mom, and But here's the thing about being a composer is you come in at the end.
Yeah.
So everything is shot. I mean, sometimes you'll come in, and I was on the set of the Marvels for a little bit, but generally you wind up being more of an actor stalker, because you see them up on your screen the whole time. And so when you meet them, you've spent a tremendous amount of time with them, and you feel like you know them, but of course they have no idea who you are. So it's like one of those awkward things when you meet them.
Well, as a soundtrack geek, and proudly so, what you do and what you add, and what you and Michael and other composers, it means everything. It means everything to the final product, that whole realm. You can hear a theme, and you can immediately be transported into the movie. It's such a critical, crucial, and amazing thing that you do.
Well, thank you. And I think, what's really cool is that Marvel is giving us permission to, play this theme for the world a number of months before the movie comes out. So that's really special, and I think it acknowledges how important the Philadelphia Orchestra is, and I think that's super cool.
Great.
Well, the event is on Saturday. It is free. It is in, like Nick said, this amazing venue called the Verizon Hall in the Kimmel Center, and all you have to do is go to philorg.org, and you can get your tickets. And there's a lot of great music that you're going to be hearing this weekend. So it is the Pride concert, and 7 p.m. on Saturday. It is lovely to meet you, Laura. Thank you so much for the conversation.
You
and
too.
Hopefully we'll be talking to you soon again down the road.
I would love it. Thanks for having me on the show. What fun it's been.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Laura Karpman, guys. She is so much fun.
Well, she's, any friend of Michael Giacchino's.
Oh, you know they're going to be cool.
Not going to be any slouch.
Absolutely. All right, we should take a break. Case, do we have something? I know you had things you want me to give away, and I better do that now.
I'm going to do this one because we have a. Where is?
Is it this?
Where the hell is it?
It is that. These are movie screening passes. Transformers: Rise of the Beasts.
This
is
sick.
Coming up on the 5th, 7 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia. I'll take.
That's him pleasuring himself.
And I'm finished.
You'll excuse me for a second. I'm going to go grind the gears. Just a second.
Grind the gears.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Caller number 5 at 215. 215-263. Not caller number 5. 5 callers. 215-263. WMMR. We're going to set you up for that. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. B-File on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, my God. We actually brought Chuck E. Cheese in for Kathy's birthday.
Getting Chuck E. Cheese tickets thrown at
By the way, this is TV commercial Chuck E. Cheese.
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
This is
the TV commercial.
Chuck E. Cheese. Here you go, Kathy. We have a medal for you.
Wow.
We have a special sippy cup for you.
Oh, look at this. Kathy.
What is
party
this?
pack.
Party pack.
Mazes, balloons,
Glasses,
whistles,
slinkies,
a specula.
a Twizzler.
Yeah, very
A
nice.
specula.
I don't know. It looked like it.
Oh my
And now we have also.
Did Pancake have anything to do with this?
No, well, maybe.
We can't reveal our secrets.
Oh, all right, okay, sorry. Oh, Pancake's here.
We have a crown that she's going to put on. Chucky is actually bowing down to Kathy because it is her birthday today. She is the birthday girl.
And who made the cake? You guys put all my favorite things on the cake.
Casey had the cake made.
Here, put it in front of Kathy so she can look at everything.
Okay.
And tell us what all you
Darth
see.
Vader,
Yep.
space, boogies, ew, possums, seagulls, camping, Star Trek,
Yeah.
a disgusting injury on the foot,
An open wound.
an open wounds, comics, and I know it's Sarah. Oh, because she's my number one.
Yeah.
Number one on my
This
list.
is your cake of hate.
Wait,
It's a
there's-
hate cake.
And look just to the bottom right-hand corner of Sarah
Did I miss
Jessica
one?
Parker. What's that? Just
Oh,
a
butthole.
This is your cake, your hate cake.
Yes.
I'm just glad you got my age right on it.
Yeah.
Thank you. 29.
I died laughing.
I'm just thrilled we have Chuck E. Cheese in
We
the
actually
studio.
have the real Chuck E. Cheese. Now, we have to do something, which is apparently it's the Chuck E. Cheese promise,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
Here we go. You ready? This is the Chuck E. Cheese promise. Here it is.
Our birthday stars must perform the Chuck E. Cheese Party Promise. Now raise your hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I state your name.
Very funny. Do hereby promise. To being the star of my birthday at Chuck E. Cheese's.
To be
My star at church at Chuck E. Cheese's.
I will have fun, play games, win tickets, and party hard.
I will have fun, win tickets, party hardy, play hard.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
I promise to laugh, smile, sing, dance, clap, jump, hug, high five, and be silly for the rest of the day and not let anything get me down. And if I frown, I will legally change my name to Dr. Droopyface and move away to a cabin in the mountains where I will operate an ostrich farm and sing songs about cats from outer space. Okay.
He got us.
You don't have to repeat that last part. Just say, let's party!
Let's party!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you today's official Chuck E. Cheese's birthday stars!
Kathy Romano.
Kathy, do you want to do the dance with Chuck E. Cheese?
Okay, what's the dance?
Well, you just have to follow him. That's all.
All right, is there music that we play with this?
Yep, this is it right here.
All right, so here we go with the music now.
Put your hands in the air as you jump up and down. Then you bop side to side, then you turn around. Then give yourself
They're doing everything you hear the song says to do. So
just give yourself a high five.
clapping hands.
Then you step really high and stomp your feet on the ground. And you wiggle like a worm, wiggle all over town. Then give yourself a high five. It's amazing. Give yourself a high five.
She's doing it.
We do the happy dance for whoever it pleases.
That's the whip and nay-nay.
Everyone is happy when we go to Chuck E. Cheese's now. Everybody wave your hands. To the left, to the left, to the right. Everybody.
Oh, he's doing the opposite sides. Normally facing the crowd.
Wave your hands. To the left, to the left, to the right.
Lift your tongue.
To the left, left, and to the right.
Drop your pants.
To the left, to the left, to the right. Everybody. To the left, left, and to the right. What's your neighbor? To the left, to the left, to the right.
There you go.
Everybody. To the left, left, and to the right. Everybody now free.
And that's the happy dance for Kathy's birthday this morning.
How can you not find that fun? And I'm still upset that they're reducing the animatronic characters. I always loved that band.
I know you did. You were definitely a fan.
I mean, well, Chucky and I need to talk after this.
I would like to see Kathy eat the butthole on the cake.
Honestly, in some cultures, that means you're going to have good luck for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just cut the butthole out and eat it.
Any sure, it's fine, whatever.
Cut the butthole out now and eat it. Cut the butthole out now and eat it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just give you a spoon.
I
Watch
mean,
your neighbor.
at this point, it really doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
I'll eat them.
She's going to eat a say it?
Eat the butthole or eat the snot. Eat the butthole or eat the snot.
I'd rather
Eat the snot?
No, the butthole.
Eat the snot now instead of the butthole.
You want me to?
The songs are easy to write, right?
Yeah. You want me to take a scoop of the butthole for you?
Yeah.
Do I mean, okay.
Yeah, scoop the butthole out.
I'll scoop it.
You got it?
Yeah, let her scoop it.
Let me scoop the butthole.
And it was at that point when I scooped the butthole.
Yes.
What?
Ian
How did
McKellen.
Magneto get here?
It was at that moment I scooped the butthole.
All right, so Kathy is now
Cutting the butthole out.
cutting the butthole out.
At the age of 39, Kathy scooped her first butthole.
And let's get video of her eating the butthole. And there it is.
Yes! Tarantula.
That was very special. Tarantula, yes. All right.
This is very wonderful. Any of these kind of party things with Chucky here and everything.
Are these pictures edible?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're made
They
of
should be.
asbestos.
Why, does it feel weird in your mouth? There might be a film on top of it.
No,
Sure is.
No, the texture is just different than what you're used to.
No,
Like
it's
kind of choke you different?
it's completely edible.
Here, try the snot.
Oh. How's that butthole feeling?
Yep. Tastes
All right.
delicious.
That's wonderful. Rachel Ray also has birthday today. Rach is
She keeps going.
49, and that show continues. I can't believe that.
I was just watching the end of it last night, yesterday in the office, and that's an Oprah production.
Rachel Ray?
Yeah, Rachel Ray's an
Was
Oprah
she-
Discovery.
Did she kind of come from Oprah's show?
I think so.
No, she was
didn't?
she was on Food Network first.
Oh, okay.
And then Oprah realized she loved her.
Okay.
And then kind of took her under her wing and then created this show for her and all that stuff. But she was on Food Network well before she got on Oprah's radar.
Okay.
She had this show called 1 Minute Meals. I used to watch it. It was not 1 Minute Meals.
Yum-o.
30-minute meals.
1 minute.
It's an old microwave.
What is this?
Your program.
It's hot water. More hot water, please. This is delish. What is this? Glass of milk. Delish.
How long did it take you to make that?
1 minute.
It was actually about 41 seconds.
Right. We ballpark it. Man is admitted to punching his girlfriend in the face after she turned down his marriage proposal. Andre Pavel had splashed out an engagement ring, a bunch of flowers to surprise Andrea Nagy with the at her workplace.
With the at her workplace.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, pig Latin there.
But when she replied no, he lost his temper and he hit her in the face.
Would you make me the happiest man on earth? No.
Knocked her to the ground, left her with significant injuries.
No.
After being arrested, Pavel, who has no previous convictions, told police officers that he was upset by the rejection.
I was a little upset.
Now the defendant has been banned
from contacting his victim for a year after pleading guilty to assault by beating.
But maybe she'll think it over now that he's beaten her.
The Justice Center heard Pavel and Miss Nagy had been in an intense relationship for 3 months and had moved in together before hitting a rocky patch.
Since you came into my life 3 months ago, it's been the best time of my life. Would you be my wife? No.
Pavel proposed to Miss Nagy, but she said no, and he punched her in the face.
You're like an angel. You make me a better man. I was lost before you. Would you be my wife? No.
Okay.
You didn't kill her. Okay.
Miss Nagy said she was scared of the defendant and described him as jealous and controlling, and it was a single punch.
I've got to tell you, I was lost and now I am found. The fact that you make me want to be better is everything to me. And so I ask you here on bended knee, would you be my wife? No.
Pavel now accepts that there's no future in it. I have another historic.
And now, once more into the vast library of the WMMR studios as the historian informs us of history past.
I should get a real pipe, don't you think?
I think you should.
Yeah.
No, that's not too bad, though.
This one's
It's
pretty
actually
good.
it's pretty good, and it doesn't generate smoke.
I actually went to look for a real pipe for this segment, and I couldn't find one at my
just use your
neighborhood.
bowl.
At my neighborhood.
Yeah, just use a bong.
Jesus.
And now the historian takes out his one hitter.
You think that would look as good at one hitter?
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Circa Flags. Jersey Shore residents, check out circaflags.com for personalized beach gear. Customize your very own family logo in seconds to display on beach flags and apparel all summer long. That's CIRCA flags.com. So a man killed in a small plane crash in upstate New York on Sunday was identified by authorities as Dr. Morris Wortman, a gynecologist accused of using his own sperm to impregnate several of his own
Here
patients.
we go again. Here
Come
we
on,
go
man.
again.
One of these guys.
That's why you should always taste it before you go through.
Well, this dude died in a plane crash. So Wortman, who is 72, died after the plane crashed in a pasture, having seemingly fallen apart in midair.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Yeah. The pilot, a 70-year-old man named Earl Lucci, who had bragged online about having painstakingly built the experimental aircraft by hand, was also killed.
That's how John Denver died. He died in an aircraft he built.
Yeah. The preliminary investigation
Connection? I think so.
indicates that the wings of the aircraft became detached from the fuselage and fell to the ground, landing in an orchard.
Would you ever drive in a car you yourself had built?
God, no.
You know what? My dad built a car, and we drove for years, and it was, more of like a luxury, and so it wasn't your everyday, but he ended up winning awards for it.
Wow. Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Anybody else on the show says my dad built a car?
I know.
Yeah. When he was.
It was a Cobra. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a cool car.
Yeah, it was a really cool car.
So a witness said, you don't expect to see a plane coming apart in the air. I thought people had jumped out of it like the parachute because there was a separation of stuff from the plane, and it took a few seconds to realize that it wasn't what was happening.
Is that a gynecologist?
I just knew it wasn't going to be good. Wortman was a prominent local fixture in Rochester where he had operated a fertility practice. He made headlines in the early 2000s for attracting the ire of militant anti-abortion protesters, some of whom threatened him with anthrax and suicide attacks. But more recently, he was accused of fertility fraud or lying about the source of the sperm that he used to help some of his patients conceive.
Is that just delusions of grandeur or just being lazy?
In a 2021 lawsuit, Morgan
What the
Hellquist,
hell? I'll take care of it.
whose mother became pregnant after seeing him for fertility treatment in 1985, claimed to be his biological daughter. Her medical malpractice complaint alleges that Wortman told Hellquist's mother that the sperm donor was a local medical student. The doctor allegedly concealed his true link to Hellquist even after she herself began seeing him as a gynecology patient.
Oh, boy.
Hellquist claims that she started trawling genetic databases in an effort to learn more about her background. To her horror, she eventually discovered she had about 9 half-siblings and concluded that her donor father had been a serial sperm donor.
I can't with these men.
I know.
How many times is this exact story? You guys watched that?
Yes, that documentary was. I mean, I watched it with like my jaw dropped, and if you have not watched it, the end. My mind was blown. How does this man exist, and how is he not in jail?
Right. What was that called again? Something of the father?
I'm going to shoot.
I'm going to shoot.
Was it Our Father? Was that? Hold on, wait. Let me
Might
look.
have been Our Father. Look that up. And while you're doing that, I have a different story to share.
Yeah, Our Father.
Our Father. Okay.
I was wrong.
It's on Netflix, I believe.
Yes, it is on Netflix.
So anyway, listen to this, and hopefully you guys saw this video. If not, you need to go check it out. It looks like it's right out of Dukes of Hazzard. A video captured the moment a driver, and he did what we've all thought about doing.
Yes.
The driver hit a tow truck's flatbed ramp and went flying through the air. This is in South Georgia. In the video, you can see deputies on the side of a traffic incident on US 84, and a car comes down one of the lanes and does not slow down. The car goes up on the back of the tow truck, flips up into the air. One of the deputies immediately sprang into action and rushed out to help the driver. The Georgia State Patrol confirmed the driver survived the crash but was hospitalized with serious injuries.
He was okay after he spit his own nuts out.
Yeah, according to the report, the driver's car vaulted approximately 120 feet over the tow truck.
It's impressive.
And hit another car in the back. Yeah, it is. That's a good word for it. It's crazy impressive.
So my question for you is, how did the Dukes of Hazzard land the car every time?
The car then traveled another 23 feet after the impact with the other car. A deputy was hit by flying debris from the crash and taken to the hospital. No other injuries were reported. It's unclear what, if any, charges will be filed against the driver, who remains hospitalized with serious injuries.
That's why it's hilarious. When you see at the end of the Starsky and Hutch movie, they show, they do all these incredible jumps, and they're running down the hills of San Francisco. And every time they did one of those, the car was completely wrecked. Yep. They had to keep using different cars.
Yep. Same way with the General Lee.
Right.
Sheriff's deputies in Nevada used a long rope to rescue a bear that had closed itself inside a resident's vehicle.
I feel like an idiot. There were cookies on the back seat, and now I look like a moron.
The Washoe County Sheriff's Office said in a Facebook post that deputies responded to a home where a resident had found a bear closed inside of their vehicle. The post includes a video showing deputies tying
a CD player?
Tying a rope to the door handle and using it to open the door from a safe distance, allowing the bear to escape and run off into the wilderness. And the sheriff's office said the incident serves as a reminder to make sure that any food, like cookies, wrappers, or other scented items are not left in the vehicle where they can attract unwanted attention from hungry bears.
I can't believe it was a Prius.
And then one final story, and this happens from time to time, but an 1882 painting of a famous Scottish poet and his lover raised conspiracies about time travel. Some people see the couple passing off an iPhone in the painting. So this was in 1882.
Wow.
I traveled from the future to bring you an unusable phone.
While other viewers...
Who are you going to call, jerk off?
Yeah. There's no Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
There's no cellular
I can't
service.
get a signal.
Yeah. So in the painting...
this is ridiculous. Look at this picture.
It's a book.
It's a book.
Well, other viewers are
It's an iPhone.
convinced the item is a Bible. History books reveal...
It's an Bible.
That the two lovebirds made plans to get married while exchanging a Bible across a flowing stream, which seems to be what is happening in the painting in question. Other century-old paintings have also been accused of sporting modern technology amidst historical scenes.
My dearest wife, I've left you my iPad and my iPhone.
But there has always seems to be an explanation for these miscategorizations.
This one is just absurd.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's way too big to be an iPhone, I think.
Unless it's in a case.
Sick. Anyway, that's true. Well, did they think about that?
You got to protect the screen.
Yeah. All right. And that's the last story that I have in the Bizarre File for you. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a second, test your knowledge of today's program, and we'll get the trash and music news as well. Stay there. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's going on
just smell it up your ass.
Oh, wait, here we go.
There it
Yes,
is.
thank you, Marissa. Hold on.
And now from the Grand Library of the MMR Studios, the historian firmly placing his gas mask bong over his head begins.
There's never been a historian like you.
No.
I just want to hear what he sounds like in that thing.
All right, I got this next story.
We firmly believe that this is merely a method for you to get stoned.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Barely.
Little.
You got to take that off.
Yeah, this would be pretty stupid. For me. But I'll give it a second.
We have 3 of those, by the way.
It's a gas mask.
Yeah.
It's a gas mask with a bong attached to the mouth.
Do your eyes fog up?
A little bit.
Only when you start thinking of home.
And I'm wearing my glasses in here too, which is all right. I got
to take this thing off.
Why do we have that again?
We tried a stunt with them. We were going to put something in that, and you'd have
peanuts.
to hands-free peanuts or something. There,
Was
yeah,
it? Was
M&Ms.
it?
No, it was Keenan's.
Beer.
Yeah, but was it made for us?
No.
I didn't say peanut.
We put peanuts in it. No, you can actually. There's a place on Main Street, Manayunk. It is a quote-unquote tobacco shop.
So we purchased
and,
those?
Yes, I purchased those. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Kathy. So last night, much anticipated show at Lincoln Financial Field. And you two, obviously, doing the Joshua Tree Tour. And a lot of us were there last night. I think
Yes.
everybody but Casey and Marissa.
I think there was out for a concert. I think that's the most of us of the show that have been at one event in a long time.
Probably.
This was my favorite song, and then the screen behind them, like this. I knew they were going to do something cool with
Hey,
it.
did
But
you guys notice? So when they did Mysterious Ways, they were flashing pictures of famous women, like Maya Angelou and even like Ellen DeGeneres. It wasn't people that have just come and gone, current people, and Sister Mary.
Yes.
They put her picture.
Oh, that's so cool.
Wow. Yeah, she was one of the last ones. They apparently had solicited, before they get to every town, let us know who a notable woman from your city is. So people nominated Sister Mary Scullion, and she was one of the last ones up on the screen, which was great.
That's so cool.
So I thought that was cool. That's a friend. I'm like, wait, I know her. You know? And then
This is Kathy Romano, who every morning, Monday through Friday, does the news, relates the stories of the day in succinct order, and then reads the sports from Nick. Always a little verbose, but very informative.
oh, so you heard that too?
I did. Yeah, we were walking to the car with
they were on the way out.
God, it was,
But it was so impressive her command of the stories of the day, and a special nod to 6ABC for providing a lot of the influence to that.
But also another friend of ours got a shout out, Senator Chris Coons.
I know.
What? Wasn't that great?
I was like, wait, I know him.
Yeah, he's talking about AIDS relief that the United States has paid for around the world, and it was so Bono went on to a long AIDS. It was really extolling the benefits of and the virtues of the United States and the taxpayers, and
he was thanking us.
And he was thanking a lot of Americans, and he said Rick Santorum, George W. Bush, and he's here tonight, Senator Chris Coons.
Wow.
By the way, you may know him because he went out to the Camp Out for Hunger, which is the same show that Kathy Romano I mentioned earlier does the news for. It's a great union of philanthropic people here tonight.
It really was amazing.
I know you just probably eat it for breakfast. We have a man called Pancake here.
Oh man. Let's see. Five Funger
Bung Punch. Five Funger Bung Punch. That's close.
Funger. It's just a funny sounding word.
Great group of new musicians called Five Funger Bung Punch. And they've got a message to tell you. Say, anytime you take a good solid punch to the bung, it's gonna be impactful. Like Nelson Mandela told me one time when he's having a large chocolate chip cookie. He said this thing's huge, but it's not as huge as the love on this earth that we live in. Remember that as you're getting your bung punched.
Maybe this winter we could do the Camp Out for Funger.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Cheated on?
Yeah, see?
Actually,
It's not so much fun, is it, see?
No,
Where's your idol now?
I remember, but that was totally my fault because I
You weren't
had...
giving oral.
No.
Oh.
Preston always does, yes.
Not like the king, man. That's right. I go down there.
What's that?
Third person yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Preston do that.
I'm pretty good at it. So
Yeah.
I think I had to step back.
I want to brag.
Join the club.
I turned into a completely...
He's the connoisseur guy.
He's the linguist. The cunning linguist.
Oh, man.
There it is.
I don't want to talk about
Have I ever referred to myself in third person before?
I don't know, but that was the
Yeah.
perfect occasion to do so.
Oh, Preston likes the butt.
No, Preston, Preston does good in that department.
Preston, go there.
Come on.
You want me to go on for a little while?
No,
Well, I'll tell you
let's
what.
just keep talking about whatever it was. Move on.
I'm interested.
Maybe that's an on-air contest one time. We'll.
Who's best?
Yeah. Kathy can
Who's
judge.
best?
Oh, come on. This is
Oh,
awful.
come on.
This
It's not
is
gonna.
awful.
It's not crap. We're not gonna do it.
He's just covering his face
Yeah.
right now.
We'll just use a cantaloupe.
Like, I swear to God, it's a fireable offense in any other job.
I know. You're right. And yet for us, it's tax write-offable.
Why do you immediately assume an oral sex contest is going to be that? It's going to be something
Kathy being the
salacious.
judge.
Yes, she's going to be sit up on an elevated chair like at Wimbledon.
I just want to involve you, Kath.
I don't think we have an HR department anymore.
No, if they did, they shot
just
themselves
quit.
5
You
minutes
guys
ago.
are good.
Foot fell.
All right,
But
anyway.
so you were cheated on. Do you remember how you felt?
Yeah, so hurt, but
You understood.
hurt, and then in retrospect was, why are you getting mad? You completely neglected this girl anyway.
Yeah.
You were kind of tired of her. She was kind of driving you crazy anyhow. And it was, at first, it was like, I don't know. I just kind of automatically got into the how dare you type of thing.
Well, of course.
But it was my fault. And you know what?
Yeah, but you know what? It's like it's a reaction that anybody would have, no matter what the situation is.
Because you're supposed to react that
Yeah.
way,
Do
right?
you know what those?
I was 17, 18, something like that.
You always see, and in movies, a lot of times they've done good examples of how there are little things where your significant other, you think you're getting away with something, they can pick up on it. There's body, as you said, you just had a feeling with this other person. It's just I couldn't deal with this.
And you know what you also haven't had to deal with, Steve, is the multiple ways people can cheat too. You know, and that's a relatively recent development over the last 10, 15 years of sexting and Instagram cheating.
You are so
direct
right.
message cheating and whatever else.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Yeah, and it was, and I, like you said earlier, I suspected it, and this was post-divorce.
I think there's that interesting delineation, though, between physical and emotional.
Yeah.
I could see people saying...
Yeah. But it's both.
All right.
Either way, it hurts.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a texter or a caller, but yeah, it hurts, and it hurts in degrees. But it really doesn't matter that much. And I knew the guy. I knew the other guy too.
Really?
Yeah,
It was Bill Weston.
It was Bill Weston. Oh, I know. Yeah, he was on his way to the Turtle Show, and he was.
This is what Bill comes into the bedroom to.
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of...
Who wants to ride the silver pony? Not everyone can take a ride on a wild Appaloosa.
Oh, God.
I'm going to list the things I'm going to do to you, but not in order. Number 4, tickle your butt. Number 2, French kiss. Number 1, meet missile to Tuna Town. Third leg of the stool, third leg of me. Look at that thing.
Look at that thing. got some low-hanging fruit right here, too.
Right there.
Look at those.
Yeah.
2 low-hanging fruits.
Look at those low-hanging plums. Oh, can we do a whole half hour of this?
That is the promo immediately. Go now and cut it up. I'm so getting in trouble for that.
Yes, you are.
Kathy, who did nothing,
Dare you.
will be singled out.
We need to get this underway. We got to get it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the other side of the studio. We have a table set up where our guests normally are. You guys head on over there. And we're all going to be together surrounding this and opening it as if being in the room wasn't close enough as it is. So I'm going to make my way over. Casey, you're going to helm this?
Yeah,
all right,
I'll be on the other side.
All right, so I'm going to cut into this.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Did you learn how to?
No.
Just being in proximity to it, this close, it's ramped up 50%.
Yeah.
It is awful.
Okay.
Oh wait, where's your puke things? I don't think this one's not going to make you throw up.
No, they're behind us. Well, wait a minute. Marissa got the directions on how to cut it.
All right, come on in, Marissa, quickly. Preston needs to do it.
What's that?
It's covered with spines.
I'm going to cut this off first.
Yeah, cut that off.
Yeah, the neck.
Okay. Cut. I don't, Marissa.
Right here, like where there's little bulbs.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, let me.
Careful. Oh, he's not wearing gloves or anything.
Is it really difficult to cut this?
Yes.
Wolfgang Van Halen. That's got some balls to it, man. I love that song.
And you know, we all thought, this the kid.
Whatever.
But he's awesome.
He's fantastic. Great songwriter. Another Celebration, the End of the World, the name of that song. From Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. About 9 minutes after 10, Thursday morning, the Preston and Steve show. Let us give something away. We are going to do the lesson question for today, and we are going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR presents Rival Sons and the Record Company and Starcrawler. That's this Saturday, by the way, at Franklin Music Hall. The question, I'm going to go with one a little bit earlier, but I'm going to give a nod to one I could have used, but it was just too recent. So the question I'm going to ask is, what killed James K. Polk? Not really, okay? If you look it up on Wikipedia or whatever, however he died in real life is not what we're looking for. How did he die on our show? James K. Polk, 215-263-WMMR. Now, the question I could have asked is, what's the Transformers euphemism for self-pleasure? Grind the gears. But that was just a little while ago, so I wanted to get something from a little bit earlier this morning. Let's see if you know the answer. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get to the stories. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, 27-year-old singer Dua Lipa is working on a fashion collection with Donatella Versace. Dua Lipa admitted it was jarring the first time she met Donatella and had to fight the urge to douche her face.
Oh, my God.
Hey!
Wow.
Former reality stars Kendra Wilkinson and ex-husband Hank Baskett sharing an update on where their relationship stands years after the show was canceled. Both Hank and Kendra agree that once fame left them, they realized they had been hating each other for all the right reasons. And finally, Kourtney Kardashian opening up about being away from her children while accompanying husband Travis Barker on the Blink-182 tour. Kourtney says there are many nights she goes to sleep crying, knowing one day the tour will end.
All righty, we'll see if you've been paying attention. We need an answer to this question. What killed James K. Polk? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Brian for the answer. Hello there, Brian. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning. And good morning to see you. All right, good morning to see you. Brian, what is the answer? How was James K. Polk killed?
He was hit by the first car.
That is correct, yes. The first car that rolled off the assembly line.
Son of a bitch!
Hit and killed him. Nick, I want to know how he actually died in just a second. But Brian, we're going to give you tickets as MMR presents Rival Sons of the Record Company and Starcrawler this Saturday, June 3rd, Franklin Music Hall, and tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. You can text concerts to 39333, and we'll send you a link to the MMR concert calendar and complete details as well. So how did he actually die?
He got cholera after his presidency. Apparently, the presidency itself took its toll on his health, and he was exhausted by the end of it. But this is actually kind of sweet. I never knew this before. His last words before he died were to his wife.
Not
come on. Let me finish a goddamn sentence. His last words before he died to his wife were, "I love you, Sarah, for all eternity. I love you."
My name's Betty. Oh, Sarah must be my side act. Sorry, I'm delirious.
Now I'm dead.
All right. All right, music news. Let's get to this.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR. I can handle things. I'm smart.
All righty, brought to you by nobody but me. So Guns N' Roses have announced the opening acts for their upcoming summer and fall North American tour. The band has tapped The Pretenders, Alice in Chains, The Warning, and Carrie Underwood.
She's a massive Guns N' Roses fan.
To serve as their special guests across their 26-date run.
I wonder if she's going to sing more rock stuff, right?
I don't know. She plays some GNR in her own shows from time to time. She had actually told Rolling Stone in 22, adding that she had said that she learned how to sing by mimicking Axl Rose. She said, I would pick really hard vocalists to try to emulate, and his voice always mesmerized me. I was like, how is he doing the things that he's doing? And in fact, those two have sung together on stage before. She was in L.A. For a duet of Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah.
Back in March. And so
It's kind of cool.
Met each other, yeah.
It's like Garth Brooks is a massive Van Halen fan.
Kiss fan. Well, he's probably a Van Halen fan too, yeah. But, and she can sing. She has got a powerful, powerful voice.
And she's purty.
She's purty as well. The opening acts that are going to be somewhat in our area, Hershey, The Pretenders will open at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford. The Pretenders is there. And also in Pittsburgh, The Pretenders will be opening for Guns N' Roses.
Chris, you see in September, their opening acts include The Warning, who've been in our studio.
Yes, the three Latina gals who are
awesome,
insanely talented, especially for their age. They're great. I went back and actually watched that video not too long ago.
Great personalities. All three of them together probably weigh 80 pounds.
And they were so much fun.
Yeah, they were fantastic.
They were a blast.
It was fantastic.
I'm really happy for them. That's great. Matt Skiba, the Alkaline Trio band leader who replaced Tom DeLonge in Blink-182, has formed a new band. The band is called Lectron, and it features AFI bassist Hunter Bergen, Against Me One drummer and journeyman rocker Adam Willard, and guitarist Randy Moore. The band released their debut 2 songs yesterday, Dirty Jacks and She's a War. And then the final thing that I'll end in music news with is that Dolly Parton just added a Guinness World Record hat trick to her legacy.
What'd she do?
During a presentation in Nashville, Guinness World Records, the global authority on all things record-breaking, presented the country music legend with 3 new record titles celebrating her career. She's received records for the most studio albums released by a female country singer at 65 albums.
Amazing.
That's unreal. The longest time span between #1 hits on the U.S. Top Country Albums chart for a female artist, which is 43 years and 156 days. So she still, 43 years later, can bring a #1. And the most top 10 entries on the U.S. Top Country Albums chart for a female. She's had 48 of those.
She's also in the Guinness Book of World Records for making an 8-ton pierogi.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
A lot
which is
of people
kind of amazing.
didn't even know that was a record.
that was just something she wanted to do.
By the way, these are her other 7 world records. She has the most decades with a top 20 hit on the U.S. Hot Country Songs chart with 6 decades. Most #1 hits on the U.S. Hot Country Songs chart by a female artist. She's had 25 #1 hits. Most decades on the U.S. Hot Country Songs chart for a female with 7 decades. Most hits on the U.S. Hot Country chart by a female artist, which is 109. Longest span of #1 hits on the U.S. Hot Country Song chart, that's 35 years and 26 days. She also has the first, being the first country singer to be nominated for an EGOT. So she hasn't won them, but she's been nominated for an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. And she has the most Grammy nominations for a female country artist at 51 nominations.
It's astonishing.
Unbelievable.
I'm curious to see what this rock album is going to be like. Some of the stuff we've heard is pretty cool.
Yep. All right, that's it. Music news, over, done. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second, wrap up the program. Leather Day for the word of the week, and we're sending someone out of the nest as well. Someone's going on their way. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Holy crap. What a nightmare. Who's the first jackass who...
Oh, dear God.
Oh, God.
Did you catch a whiff?
Yeah, oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh. No.
I'm lightheaded.
Oh, my
I've almost got it all the way open. All right, it's open
Are
now.
you kidding me?
Here, I'm so far away.
Jesus.
Can I get a little...
God.
Oh,
Stop
God.
it. I don't want to do the fish.
Oh, my God. That's nasty.
Oh, it's weird.
You like it, Casey?
No,
no.
it actually feels like it's sucking the oxygen out of the room.
It is.
Kathy, you took a good sniff of it. I can't believe that.
Holy
I wanted-
God damn! Why would you?
Because I wanted to see if there was like a little bit of a fruit smell or like a nice smell to it.
Casey wants actually me
there's
to
not.
hand the fruit to him. He's going to take a good sniff. Get in there tight, Case. Smell it. What do you think?
There's
Not
it
too
doesn't,
bad?
it doesn't smell good. But
Holy, and it's getting
reminds
worse.
It reminds me of something else that
Liquid ass.
that I do like.
How can you tell if this would be ripe or not ripe?
My
in order to
question
eat
is,
it?
who is the first individual in the jungle that said it's worth smelling this crap on the chance it's tasty?
There you go.
I don't like it.
Is anybody going to try and eat
Yes,
it?
give it to me now. I can't. I'm not good for much longer, so please.
Here, Steve.
All right. Oh, this is so sharp.
All right, if it tastes like heaven, I'll try it.
All right.
Wait, do you know which part
what am
you're
I
supposed
eating?
to
Am I
eat?
eating its ass?
That custard-looking stuff.
yeah.
The pod.
Holy God Almighty!
All right, Steve.
I'm not kidding.
Oh, God.
And this is right in my zone. This is like, you know how puke makes you puke?
Yeah.
This is.
All right.
It's like snot.
Uh-oh, Steve hesitated for a moment there.
Are you? Is your mouth
man.
watery?
Do I? Can I have a?
Oh, you're taking
Dude, you're getting too much.
Oh, well, what I don't know. I've never eaten durian before.
All right, go.
All right, I love you.
Just sample it.
Oh, give me a
All right, it's in his mouth. He's eating
Does
it.
it taste like heaven?
Steve?
It's horrible.
I can't imagine something that smells like this is going to taste good.
Water now.
Water! We forgot about water. We forgot to have water. Here you go. Here comes your water.
Holy, thank you, Maria. It tastes like it smells.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's not good. What culture embraces that as food?
It's even worse now that he
ate it?
Yeah, let me stir some of that up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, don't stir it up.
That's what we need.
No, it's not good. The way you would figure it tastes, take the smell and convert that to a taste.
Oh, look at that piece, Preston.
And that's it.
I know it.
Preston, you eat that piece right there.
I ain't eating.
Oh, you're not tasting
Preston,
No.
I had a piece caught in my meat tooth.
Oh no!
Hey, do you want a?
What is that?
Oh, so that's like the pit in it, or I think they might call it a stone, but I read that they actually roast them and people eat them.
It looks like an embryo.
Listen, wherever the people listen, God bless you if you enjoy it, but I never want to meet you. I never want to see you.
Okay.
Are you going to try it, Nick? You said you were.
No, I lied. I'm
Do
not.
not.
Get away! No!
Kathy's trying to force feed it to him.
I'm gonna.
Are you
Mommy's
try?
gonna feed you.
Preston's pretty adventurous, but I'm going to tell you flat out.
I'm not gonna eat it.
Take the smell and convert it to taste.
I'll try it.
All right, Casey's gonna try it. Wow.
Just put it on the thing there. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Case, and
I'm
please.
not. You took a big bite.
All right, back me up.
Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, go.
I'm just.
Come on. Taste it.
Choo-choo train.
Peanut butter.
Open wide.
What do you think? What do you think, Case?
It's horrible.
Did you taste?
It's horrible.
No, I'll tell you what.
You're insane.
The aftertaste is not that great. Now, listen, I just took a little baby bite.
You're insane.
All right, so I'll eat that. Okay.
Yeah,
I eat this part.
That's enough. Any amount is go. All right, he's got it in his mouth. He's tasting it, and
right.
he's kind of has a confused look on his face. Now he's got a disgusting look on his face, and now he looks like he wants to ask a question.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
It's not good.
No, but it's almost good.
Okay.
It's
it has the texture of avocado.
I don't like the texture. Like it's almost like I ate snot.
It's like you're eating someone's bunghole.
It looks like snot.
It feels like snot. But okay.
All right, seal this sucker up.
It's got like simultaneous flavors.
I will tell you this: they were not lying about the sharpness of the spikes on this thing. If you were to slam this against someone, you would hurt them.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just take a little taste, but there's also like some sort of rice cake or something that has this cooked into it. If you want to try.
Oh,
that.
really?
Are you kidding me?
Oh, okay.
No!
All right, I'll try that.
All right.
All right, Nichols.
No, you're not allowed to have the rice cake unless you try
fine.
it.
All right, I didn't have my meal. I'll have
made up rules.
Both Casey and I can have the rice cake.
All right, I'm gonna try it.
Nick's gonna try it. The durian fruit. Go for it, Nick. Okay. Oh, Instant regret. Instant regret.
All right, so
it's disgusting.
All right, so now
all right, Steve.
You can now try the rice cake.
Does it taste better than it smells?
A little bit.
I think so.
A little
A
bit.
tiny bit. Okay,
That's
can I-
not, but it's not saying a lot.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to try a little piece.
All right, okay.
All right.
Oh God. Is there a little seafood in there?
No, I don't want to do it.
There's a little bunghole in there.
Okay.
That is awful.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we have to get to this surströmming.
You could actually taste the melon in that. Like there was like
Honestly, I understand, Casey.
Gross.
I understand eating things that are not in our normal palate wheel. I got that.
No.
But this it says it makes you less of a human if you eat this. It's disgusting.
A New Hampshire woman is recovering after a rabid bobcat attacked her. It was dusk when Elise Dabrowski made her nightly trip to lock up the chicken coop and decided that she would.
I'm gonna go out and lock up the chicken coop. I'm just doing what I do every. I've got my flashlight. I'm gonna go out and lock out the chicken coop. What can possibly go?
She was while she was locking up the chicken coop, she decided she'd do a little bit of weeding in the garden.
There's goddamn weeds all over the place. I want the chicken coop to look good. If not for the chickens, at least for me. And should I wear my sausage necklace?
The 80-year-old grandmother was hacking weeds near her rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced.
My goddamn sickle.
And the bobcat.
Look behind him at a chicken coop. What was that? Bobcat!
I just like how you have these different developments in this story.
So anyway, she was hacking the weeds near the rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced on her and sunk its teeth into her face.
Yeah, they go for the head. They go for headshots. The neck and the head.
She said, all I kept thinking is, why? Why is he doing this? Why is this?
Why? I have so many more days to live.
Why is this stupid cat attacking me? She said.
Mother effing He's back for more. You want more? You want a piece of me? Son of a bitch.
Now she's just pissed.
Yeah.
She's fighting back. Yeah.
We're going out together, you bitch. Yeah, come at me. I'll dice you up. Cut your head off.
She turned her sickle on the beast as some of her 5 dogs scrambled over to help out.
And that's another question. Where are my goddamn dogs?
And she said he just kept scratching and biting, and the dogs came and chased him off. By then, the bobcat had ripped into her in 5 places, causing wounds that would take 60 stitches to close. Her adult son heard the commotion from his yard.
Thanks, Lord Ass. Where were you? I'm out here and fighting Mother Nature, and you're in there watching your game shows.
He was in his yard nearby, and he heard commotion. She said he got the gun and came down.
Now, why don't you go back to the house and put some friggin' bullets in it, you moron?
Came down and killed the bobcat with a shotgun blast.
I know. Actually, you killed one of our dogs, dumbass.
Now, Tuesday, it tested positive for rabies.
Oh, man.
But
Just
Dabrowski.
not age, please.
But Dabrowski.
I've gone this long avoiding it, and I'm rather sexual. Wow. I don't want to get bobcat age. That's the worst.
You've had sexual relations.
Tons of men. There's been an open door policy of this old cooter.
Oh.
It's like a revolving door.
Anyhow.
It's like Times Square.
But Dabrowski considers herself lucky.
I'm very lucky having that bobcat tear my face off.
She said it could have got my eye, could have got my jugular, could have got anything. I feel very, very fortunate. Her son and her dogs are now...
Just good to be back at home with the... Oh, no, he's back, son of a bitch!
They're all getting rabies shots. But
I hear that they've gotten less
What, the stomach
painful?
shots?
Yeah, the rabies shots. They modified because it used to be a series of shots in your stomach, as you said.
Yeah. But anyhow, she harbors no ill will toward the bobcat, which already had a face full of porcupine quills before it attacked her. So it had already been having a rough day. So yeah.
Good to see you, Dr. Smithers. I'll just go out and wait in the waiting room. I mean, oh no! Oh, bobcat! The bobcat will not give up. It's a battle royale.
You know what? Just relax. Take a bath.
Yeah, I got a little Mr. Bubble. Light some candles. Put on a little Yanni and... oh, no! What the hell? Get out of the door, you son of a bitch! It was a fun show.
Yeah. We learned about our earliest memories.
Yes.
Which was a nice conversation. And we had some interesting guests on as well. I would like to thank Drew Gulak, who is still here hanging out with us this morning.
Thanks, guys.
Didn't want to leave, and we love it. He's just kind of been chilling. We've been off mic, talking him the breaks and stuff. And
rapping, as the kids say.
We've been rapping.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me be a wallflower.
No problem.
Our pleasure.
And another great guest, Laura Karpman, who is a composer who's going to be in town on Saturday and with the Philadelphia Orchestra. The Philadelphia Orchestra is going to be playing a score that she wrote for the Marvels film. And this is well before the movie's being released. This is kind of, she can't believe that Marvel is allowing this to happen.
Don't usually do this.
And it's a free concert. It's the Philadelphia Orchestra Pride concert on Saturday at the Verizon Hall Kimmel Center. And it's free, like I said. And you go to philorg.org/Pride concert and you can get tickets. And she's going to be there and is excited to be in Philadelphia. And it should be pretty awesome. There's all kinds of choral music besides the choir and stuff. So it's going to be really cool. And it's to kick off Pride Month. So we're happy to mention that. And very cool to meet Laura. Let's see. Should we... Let's say goodbye to someone.
Yeah.
This is unfortunate.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's this time of year because students have been graduating and they're moving on their way, so we're losing an intern. Yes, we're sending another one out into the dirty streets.
Now they will become to known as.
They will become to known as. Carmela is here with us this morning. Carmela.
Hello.
What's your last name, by the way, Carmela?
Velatico.
Velatico?
Velatico.
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 Okay.
Velatico?
Yeah. Carmela, that's a mouthful of a name right there.
Italian.
Yeah, no kidding. Redheaded
You look
Italian.
it. Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You got the Irish part of that Italian. No, you are
No
straight
Irish.
You have
up.
green eyes?
Straight up Italian, full.
Mm-hmm.
You got green eyes? By any
Hazel.
chance? Hazel, okay.
Hazel eyes, red hair. I would have pegged Irish.
Well, have
without
you ever
question.
done Ancestry?
What's that?
Have you ever done like the Ancestry DNA? You got Irish in you.
I don't think I did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe
my
some
goodness.
Janis Joplin, too.
She actually doesn't know her dad. No, I'm just kidding.
And by the way, you know what? We would have said goodbye to her buddy, her fellow intern in arms. We had Victoria, but her last day was at Keenan's, wasn't it?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that
What in the
either.
holy hell?
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe you can speak for her. But have you enjoyed your time on the Preston and Steve Show?
I have. I've had so much fun here.
Excellent. And have you graduated already?
Yeah, I graduated with Annie.
Wow.
Yeah. So here's something funny, Preston. When she came in last week, we were going through all the sex toys for the, and as she
The
came in,
porthole.
she came in with a couple of new interns, and as they were walking into the room, I said, "Hey, listen," because I'm just trying to protect the show and the station. I said, "Listen, I have some like questionable items over here. If this makes you feel uncomfortable at all, you can, remove yourself from the room. Blah blah blah." Well, maybe a half an hour later, she's in the green room, and I walk in there, and she has a dildo in her hand, and she does dildo guns at me. She's like, yeah.
She was made for this show.
I'm sure your parents love to hear that, Carmela.
Well, you bet you are on air, right? You are on air with Temple, right?
Yeah.
And so your desire is to be on air, correct? Very
Yes, I would
cool.
love
Did they ever do dildo guns at Temple Radio?
No,
Not
it's
yet.
strictly student run, so
Okay.
no.
All right.
You're pretty quiet though. I found that out about you. Well, around here you are.
Yeah.
Which actually can be admirable. There are some people that come in and try to be a little too. We are trying to work,
right?
And who try to mix it up a little bit too much. And
The rule is don't look in our eyes.
No.
and don't talk to us.
Yeah.
We want to get to know everybody for sure. But if you are trying to get through the workday, it's kind of like, all right, well, hang on, I got to work right now.
Yes.
But Carmel's always been in the background.
Yes.
Doing the work and getting stuff
great
done.
work,
So,
yeah.
So that's cool. So you want to be an on-air personality?
Yes.
Excellent. Have you got any, you got the feelers out yet trying to find a job?
Yeah, I've been looking all around, like even New York and everything too. So
Yeah.
just looking all around.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
That's what you got to do.
You're plugged in. You've been very, very helpful here, and you're very proactive, and I think you'll do really well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, good luck to you.
There's
And-
an opening down the road in the morning.
DeBella's
Oh, yeah,
leaving.
you're right. Yeah, John DeBella's leaving. How about that?
Yeah.
I'll fill in.
Okay. All right. Done deal. I like the confidence.
To
All right.
Carmela.
Good luck to you. Thank you, Carmela.
Thank you so much.
All right, there you go.
So
And you'll
excited.
always be a member of the family.
That's it.
You know?
It's about family. To quote Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
The family won't remember you in a couple
Listen.
years, but listen, you're always part of it.
We have had so many interns. We have had so many of them over the years that after a while, it's like, oh, man.
I think
yeah.
we'll remember her, though, the redhead Italian.
Yeah, the redhead Italian,
Yeah.
most definitely. Hi, Pierre.
Hi, I had was at some event and a lady came up to me who went on to Channel 3, CBS 3, and she said, I was an intern and you treated me so nicely. And because I was terrified of being there. And so it makes all the difference in the world. You guys also treat all the interns with a great deal of dignity and respect. And when I started here in a paid position, there was a couple people that were just vile.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
And, I won't say the midday announcer, Anita, but
It is kind of cool, though, like for us to look down the hallway, because Kristen Herman was an intern here, and
Right.
Steve Assolati was an intern here, and Sarah Parker was an intern here, and like all these people that have gotten jobs at the radio station or at our sister stations over the years, like it's neat. We take pride in it. Pancake, perfect
I mean,
example.
lots.
Right behind you. Yeah.
Marissa, did you mention Marissa?
Marissa, yeah, not on our show, but yeah, Marissa was an intern here. I was an intern here, so
Right.
Chuck D'Amico.
Steve Assolati, who produces John DeBella's show, a famous line some years ago. He came into my studio and said, when are you going to retire and give some of us young people a chance? I said, get the F out of here, you piece of S.
Right, yeah.
And I say that with love.
Right, with love.
You
Peace
guys
and
have
love.
an interesting relationship. I like watching it.
What, him and Assolati?
It's just an ongoing joke now.
Yeah.
And he got a gig, so
Yeah, he
get
did.
off my back.
Yeah.
I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Be a babysitter?
Yeah.
One of Andy's producers, too. I forget her name.
Oh, was an intern with us?
One of our former interns. Yes. She's a sweetheart.
Marissa knows her name.
I haven't
She's
been over
coming.
there in a little while. Who is it?
Shannon.
All right.
Preston's a big fan.
Listen, I'm a fan.
We should do that
Gina's
again.
in here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we can finish that. Hang on. Yeah. All right.
We have to play Name That Coworker again at some
Again,
point.
it can be. I was just Steve.
Not
that was in.
me.
Yeah, we could do it sober. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Do it.
I don't need to be drunk
Yeah.
to fail that miserably.
That would be fun.
It's easier because I can have fun and, not care when I'm drunk. So
Right.
But you'll actually see the
I'll be thoroughly embarrassed.
desperation, the distraught look.
Speaking of coworkers, there was this sales guy here some years ago, and I'd see him every day, and he'd say hello, and then and then time passed, and I was walking past KYW at Fifth and Market at the time, and he walked out the door, and I go, "What are you doing in there?" He goes, "I've worked here for the last 8 months," and I go, "Oh,
You turncoat?
I'm sorry." Well, peace and love and Godspeed.
All right. How about letter of the day?
Oh, sure.
Okay, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in eternal.
All right, and we have one more letter to go. We're going to get it to you tomorrow, and we're going to give away a Dad's Want Steak package from Omaha Steaks that includes Butcher's Cut Top Sirloins, Omaha Steaks Burgers, Gourmet Jumbo Franks, Omaha Steak Seasoning, and more. And you can get Dad what he really wants, Omaha Steaks. Perfectly aged with tender, always tender, and guaranteed delicious. You can use promo code WMMR to check out to get $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required. I need to move these scripts down here. I can't.
They're a
read
little
them
too
all.
high.
Well, yeah, the way
You're a professional.
My progressive lenses, I have to go like this, and then it stretches out.
Someone
my
get
throat.
Mr. Elliott a pillow.
Please.
You know what? We could easily move
that up there and this
How
down
about
there.
raise your chair?
But then I don't know if I can read the text.
Why don't we
so-
put you?
Oh,
Let's
man.
put you on a throne.
It's terrible. All right. Anyway, what's happening on your program today, Pierre?
This video we're watching.
It's a video of Drunk Day way back when, and we had Mark Summers here from Double Dare, and he was hosting a game called Name That Coworker. And I was hammered, by the way, during this.
And you're running. You're still pressing the button.
Oh yeah. And they brought in people that I've worked with for years to see if I knew their names.
In fact, one of them that every morning he would walk. Was it Donnie?
Yeah,
I think it was Donnie.
It was Donnie.
Yeah.
Still here.
And at that point, I didn't know Donnie's
every
name.
day they'd ride up
Donnie
in the
had been
elevator.
here for a while.
We also we
Yeah.
started and ended with the same guy.
Yes.
So we
The
brought him
sales guy,
back.
right?
Yeah.
And Pierre, I got the guy's name wrong when they first brought him in. They told me his name. They left. Later on, they brought him back in, and I didn't remember his name.
That is priceless.
That's how bad I am.
That's
It's one of my
priceless.
all-time favorite segments to go back and
It was
watch.
so good.
That, Casey and Kathy and Bucksco versus Delco, the final Jeopardy round.
Mucking Pates.
That and this video are my two favorites, I think, of all time.
In this video, you look like Prince Harry.
That's back when I used to color my beard. And then I got allergic to the dye and I couldn't do it anymore.
Just like Prince Harry.
My face broke out, yeah. All right.
Show.
Yeah, show. Yeah,
On
so
my
what's up?
show today,
Yes.
we will have another pair of tickets for the Revivalists playing at the Man Music Center on July 12th. And again, a reminder that tomorrow at 2 p.m., we'll run that entire MM Archive session back in the 2 o'clock hour of our conversation and performance, and great performance, I might add, by the Revivalists as we broke in our performance space. For today, workforce blocks of the Rolling Stones. Ronnie Wood today is 76. Tomorrow, Charlie Watts, the great drummer, would have been 82. And then we've got a block of the Dropkick Murphys and 311. Dropkicks are in Atlantic City Saturday, 311 Sunday for the AC Beer and Music Fest at Bader Field. So lots to do.
Awesome. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. President Steve Show runs on Duncan. And it's also brought to you by Polar Seltzer. Why be flat when you can sparkle? Refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer. Tomorrow on the program, Pituation is stopping by.
What? Oh, is he doing this video game?
I think it's the video game charity fundraiser that he does. So we'll talk to him.
He's a man of 1,000 voices, all of them ultra high.
Yeah. We'll find out who the coolest teacher at West Deptford High School is, and it will be No Sad Bro Friday tomorrow. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.